Alrighty guys, good evening. Had some technical difficulties last night, towards the end of the stream, but that'll happen. Kick apparently is having some issues tonight, at least as far as I saw by accessing the stream. Yeah. But should be live on Facebook as well as YouTube Live. Well, on Facebook now. You have to push the go live button, guys. Jeez, you have to push the go live button. Yeah, good. Okay. Let's see. That's unfortunate. I hate that. I don't understand why you can't just go live when you send the stream there. You can on basically every other service. That being said, you have to keep remaking the stream title and everything else on YouTube as well as Facebook. I don't really understand what people are going for when they're streaming. That'll happen though, so... Yeah. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening, though. Good. Tonight, guys, we're going to be taking a look at the quarterly UAP report by Congress. So that should be interesting. Let's see. Yeah, Kick's having some weird issues. Okay. We'll see how it goes, though. Alrighty. What do we got going on here, guys? Let us see. Yeah. Also, it is still hot as shit. Might try, I don't know if we're gonna watch all of the congressional UAP reports. I don't know exactly. They used to have a conference. The conference is usually like an hour, but it might be longer than that. Let's take a look. Congressional UAP hearing. Government transparency on UFOs. Does it actually exist? This is it right here. Subcommittee hearing 2 hours. I don't know if I want to watch that for 2 hours. Long time. I mean, it does interest me, but I think it's going to be full of a lot of crap. Let's see. Comments are turned off. Replays turned off. Come on. Here we go.
The subcommittee hearing on unidentified anomalous
Take a peek. Might hop through here.
Welcome, everyone. Without objection,
thank you.
The chair may declare a recess.
Reminds me of literally any sort of meeting at a town.
Members are waived on the subcommittee for the purpose of participating in today's hearing. Mr. Burchett of Tennessee, Ms. Luna of Florida, Mr. Getz of Florida, Mr. Burleson of Missouri, Mrs. Ocasio-Cortez of New York, and Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Without objection, so ordered. For today's subcommittee hearing, both the chair and ranking member will have 10 minutes
just started.
for opening remarks. We may both be giving some of those minutes to other members of our party. I'm now going to recognize myself for 10 minutes. I'm actually going to try to get out of here in about 4, and then we'll give it to some of my friends over here. Good morning and welcome.
So, this comment is about the fact that they spent 8 episodes. They only used 8 episodes for 3 books worth of content of the Wheel of Time. There's no way. There's no fucking way. Unless he thinks I'm not criticizing that. I don't know what that guy's actually saying.
The most exciting subcommittee in Congress this week.
This year. This fucking year. who the fuck covers anything in Congress besides like people that are part of politics in general? Also, BattleBit fucking up my sound.
National security of the border and foreign affairs for discussion of unidentified anomalous phenomenon. I'd like to
Or
thank
UFOs.
brave military pilots and personnel, such as
And they actually have testimony.
Witnesses on the panel today for sharing their stories on how they've engaged UAPs, which has brought attention to this matter. Curiosity and speculation from all walks of life have generated interest in studying what UAPs are and what
Not necessarily little green men, but could also be little green men. Just stuff they can't identify.
I read a book, a 1966 book called Flying Saucers, Serious Business, and for a while, when I was a little bit younger, I thought it was the most important issue out there.
It is, actually.
The lack of transparency regarding
It is. It's just there's no proof, and people that actually have any sort of credibility barely exist. And that makes it very difficult to take it seriously. If you are someone that believes in science and the scientific method, it makes it very difficult, even if you want to believe, even if you know almost without a shadow of a doubt that aliens do exist, whether or not they're here or not remains to be seen. But you can only go so far without actual evidence. And that's why covering this is important, because this isn't Bigfoot footage, guys. This is not Yeti footage on YouTube for clicks. This is a congressional meeting.
Themes of that book. In any event, it's led to interest in studying.
Are the bots having problems, guys? Was this McConnell? Was the other guy's name in Congress? Like possibly had a stroke while he's standing there? Is the bot network shutting down, guys?
The lack of transparency regarding UAPs has fueled wild speculation and debate for decades, eroding public trust in the very institutions that are meant to serve and protect them, as is evidenced by the large number of people we have here. I also want to point out in 1966, President Gerald Ford claimed to have seen a UFO, and in 1969 in Georgia, Jimmy Carter claimed to have seen a UFO.
UAPs, UFOs. They renamed them UAPs to avoid the crazies that are like, the aliens built the pyramids. Whether or not they could, we can't fucking prove it anymore, so it doesn't fucking matter. And just stop talking about it.
Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AAR,
so we can move on and have things taken seriously.
Coordinate efforts across the Department of Defense and other federal agencies to detect, identify, and investigate UAPs. However, AARO's budget remains classified, prohibiting meaningful oversight.
That is the government entity that is designed to look into UAPs.
Study on UAPs will identify how UAP data is gathered from both civilian and government entities that can be analyzed to shed light on the topic. However, despite these offices,
maybe I'll change my topic on politics, news,
and accountability that cannot be overlooked, and that's been a problem that's been around for 50 years. The Biden administration,
the time being, even though no one's sitting gaming,
that violated U.S. airspace is one example how the government is not prepared for
education, news, and politics.
Events has shown that the government continues not to be forthright. Between the Chinese balloon being shot down and 2 UAPs subsequently shot down following the event earlier this year, the U.S. government spent $1.5 million in taxpayer dollars on missiles, yet we have seen little clarity from the Biden administration. We must demand transparency.
Those were the objects shot down last year, I think. This year, last year.
On UAP work, we're going to ask some questions about
UAPs could be anything, guys.
Congress recognizes the subject of UAPs is multifaceted and requires a careful, data-driven approach. Today, we'll see clarity from these witnesses' testimonies, or we'll seek clarity as to what can be done to improve reporting for military and civilians and remain committed to objective inquiry. Congress should work to ensure that knowledge is not driven by fear. Today, we are not just debating the existence of UAPs, we are deliberating on the principles that define our republic, which is a commitment to transparency and accountability.
I can't turn it up any louder, guys.
For our witnesses today about ways we can improve government efficiency and openness when it comes to UAPs. I thank each of you for your presence here today and for your dedication to safeguarding the interests of the American people. I look forward to your testimony. Now I'm going to turn it over for 2.5 or 3 minutes to Representative Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. I want to thank everybody for making this happen today, and I want to remind everybody this is a nonpartisan issue. This has nothing to do with party politics.
Very
the cover-up goes.
Very, very rare, especially nowadays, to see both sides, bipartisan, to see both sides in our government actually interested and on the same side of any issue.
It was a lot deeper than that. I also want to thank my colleagues.
How the fuck do you move the alignment?
Beside me here, Jared Moskowitz, my friend across the aisle, has an incredible mind, and I'm anxious to hear his questions. My buddy Eric Burleson, and it's not in my notes here, but Matt Gates. If it hadn't been for Matt Gates, myself, him, and Luna would still be down at Eglin Air Force Base trying to get some answers. He's got an incredible legal mind. Also, I know I saw it in the crowd there, George Knapp, my buddy Jeremy Corbell. They're not witnesses, but they've provided some statements on this subject, and I seek unanimous consent to enter those statements into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Also, would like to enter in, I understand now that this is unclassified, it's public record, but as we all know, that's sometimes difficult for the public to get a hold of. A report, Defense Intelligence reference documents, advanced space propulsion based on vacuum, space-time metric engineering, some light reading for some of our members.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp wrote, since 1969, the position our military has been that UFOs pose no threat to national security and are not worthy of further study. I'd say that's the biggest understatement of the decade.
No threat.
He also goes on to talk about the dismissive attitude.
So the reason Congress is looking at UAPs is because of the idea of a threat to national security. It's not necessarily aliens as much as things that could be highly technologically advanced on our planet that we don't really understand that pose a threat to our national security. So if you have a China, Russia, I don't know, what are the enemies called in G.I. Joe? Cobra Commandos or whatever their organization is, some sort of secret organization. If they possess technology that gives them a huge edge over the military, that poses a threat to national security. This is the reason that this is now being taken seriously, where it hasn't in the past, because it's not necessarily about aliens as much as about the threat to our borders, to our country, right? Which is something that the government needs to take seriously. The logical idea here is, regardless of where it's from, it's something that has to be taken seriously by the government, because it needs to, in order to secure, from whatever side you're on, in order to secure our country and keep it secure. And aliens, if aliens are here, they 100% could have obliterated us like 10 times over. So my personal thought on that is, obviously they are at the very least neutral if they're here. Maybe they're farming us for something we don't know about. I don't know. But they 100% could have eliminated us. If they got here, they could have eliminated us. So
it's at odds with what was revealed in documents, reports, and internal memos. Mr. Cabral says, as he writes these words, the UFO is emerging as a major topic of global importance.
Good. Finally, people are. I actually saw an actual tweet from someone that streams about this now. It's been going on for about 2 years now.
This is huge. This is worldwide.
Not UFOs, but rather congressional hearings.
What's going on? But I'd also like to thank the members of Congress who have supported our efforts to make this hearing happen. Some have even confided to me that they've had UFO sightings of their own. Those members, of course, some of them wish to remain anonymous, and I'll keep it that way. But also, finally, I'd like to thank these three brave witnesses here. They took an oath. To uphold the Constitution of the United States. And
yeah. So this is where you have people from the military who are basically putting their career on jeopardizing their career in order to make a statement. Basically, whistleblowers in general, in order to make a statement that they otherwise couldn't, because of they could be sued into oblivion, and of course just turned into a laughingstock, none of which people in the military want.
Y'all quit clapping, you're cutting in on my time. Just kidding. These folks, they've got nothing to gain from this. And I think
pretty much.
Find out that
that's what makes it so interesting, guys.
We need to remember them in our prayers and their families. I'm thankful to them for their honest testimonies. They have done interviews and appeared in documentaries like Accidental Truth to get their stories out there. And now they are all here to testify under oath for Congress. It's been so difficult to get here today. I said, in the Baptist church, we'd say that the devil's in our way. And the devil has been in our way.
Conservatives, guys.
We've run into roadblocks from members from the intelligence community, the Pentagon. I proposed legislation to go in the FAA reauthorization.
Very rare.
That just said if
very rare for both
an
sides to be on
airline
the same
pilot,
page.
has a sighting, that when he makes that report to the FAA, that it would come to Congress. But I was told that the intelligence community did not like that, and the amendment was not even heard in committee. I think it's time for this country to take back our country. We need to tell the folks at the Pentagon they
Conservative
work for
stuff.
us. Dadgummit, we don't work for them. And that's exactly the point. This is an issue of government transparency. We can't trust a government that does not trust its people. We're not bringing little green men or flying saucers into the hearing.
Maybe.
Sorry to disappoint about half y'all.
Maybe.
We're just going to get to the facts. We're going to uncover the cover-up, and I hope this is just the beginning of many more hearings and more people coming.
It's escalating. Like what they're revealing has definitely been increasing, guys, each quarter.
To Representative Luna, Mr. Chairman.
Makes it so exciting.
Yeah, we'll call Ms. Luna for her statement.
The circumstances surrounding UAPs has captivated the attention of the American people for decades, ingrained in even the minds of our nation's leaders from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, Marco Rubio to Chuck Schumer, John Radcliffe to National Security Council officials. Yet from Roswell, New Mexico to the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, the sightings of UAPs have rarely been explained by the people who have firsthand accounts of these situations. This is largely due to the lack of transparency by our own government and the failure of our elected leaders to make good on their promises to release explanations and footage and mountains of overclassified documents that continue to be
I mean, you are
from
kind of
the
weird,
American
so.
people. This isn't just how I feel. In fact, the American people largely believe that the government has actively covered up the truth about UAPs. One poll in particular found that 68% of Americans believe that the government is hiding
We might
information about UAPs
fast forward past this
and
stuff,
not being
guys,
honest
because this
about
is
what
all
we know
just
about
the.
them. And from my personal experience,
This is
I believe
the.
same
You got to
thing.
stick your dick in the
Another
pie.
poll found that nearly
to,
half Americans believe that the federal government is doing a very bad or somewhat bad job of dealing with reports of UFO sightings.
They are. This is what. This is actually one of the things that we covered. Was I genuinely don't feel like Area 51 really happened in the way that people believe Area 51 happened, because it seems as though the government is so incompetent, the military is so incompetent at taking this stuff seriously, that it just feels like the government in general. It just feels like a failing of the government as it generally goes.
Just reference on the FA bill that just went through, you can tell that that's exactly happening. Considering the thousands of testimonies and videos taken on people's phones and eyewitnesses' accounts made by credible witnesses such as doctors, pilots, scientists, and active duty service members, it is unacceptable to continue to gaslight Americans into thinking that this is not happening or that the potential of intelligent life forms exists other than humans. Even more alarming is the fact that these eyewitnesses are many of times service members and have no assurance that their lives will not be negatively impacted or even harmed by their experiences.
No one wants to turn into a joke.
In being an active duty service member working on an airfield, I've had conversations with many pilots where they were in fear of coming forward for retribution and or being taken off flight status.
Yeah, so you have to understand, guys, military in like space, it's not really uncommon to see UAPs at all. It's just people don't want to be, the military is very serious, right? And people don't want to have their career path jeopardized. They don't want to go and be known as Joe the Schmo that might be slightly crazy because he thought he saw something out there when obviously is a glitch on his radar, right? And they don't want to put their career path, their life, because military is very, very stringent, they don't want to put their life in jeopardy because, you know what, they might get a little bit of limelight, to get some views and clicks. Yeah, that's not what they're in the military for. So they take their job very seriously. And as such, it has directly impacted their ability to talk about this stuff.
How do we know this? Because the government has said nothing to assure us otherwise. They have also did nothing to calm the concerns of over 20% of Americans who have reported to have seen UFOs.
I think it's a lot higher. I think there's a lot more people that are interested in it. I think there's a lot of people that still don't know this is going on right now, which is one of the reasons we're talking about it and cover it, because it's actually really important.
We are simply told not to question the government and that the government has it under control. Today is the first hearing of its kind where we will attempt to get down to the bottom of what is actually happening with UAPs. But we will hear from people who have had personal sightings rather than Pentagon bureaucrats who have always been sent to stonewall our investigations. Just so that the press knows and the people know, we were even denied access to a classified briefing in a SCIF prior to this hearing due to the amount of hoops that we had to jump through to grant temporary clearance to witness Grush, who has knowledge of classified information. It is time to have an open-minded discussion on this topic, to hear the evidence and understand the magnitude
only
of
growing,
what this
guys.
means, not just for our nation, but for humanity.
Thank fucking God.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield back the rest of my time.
Hopefully first contact
Thank
happens
you
in my
very much.
lifetime. I think
And,
that would just be the
thank
cherry
you.
on top of
Thank you,
things.
Mr. Burchett.
And me as a geek,
That's
guys.
my attention.
Yeah.
Now we'll recognize National Security Subcommittee Ranking Member Garcia for 10 minutes.
Plus, let's be honest, we totally have outgrown our planet at this point. We need some space flight.
Our witnesses for joining us today. I want to begin by thanking you all for your service to our country and for sharing your voices today and your courage to be here as well. To Mr. Graves, particularly grateful to you to spend some time that we had for you to share with candor some of your experiences, so I appreciate that.
By the way, Kick has been having some issues, guys,
I do
tonight.
want to thank all the members of our subcommittee today and also those that are here and have waved on for their incredible interest in this issue.
But I'm on
Particularly
YouTube as well as
Congressman Burchett, I know
Facebook if
that
things
your
disconnect on Kick or
brought it to this
the
place today, and I
website
wanna
becomes
thank you
unresponsive.
for that, as well as everyone else that's been engaged in this work. I also want to thank the oversight staff, who I know has been working very hard to ensure that today's hearing is serious, that it's transparent, and that it also provides appropriate answers, as our oversight body always demands. Now, it's really important that we're here in a bipartisan way to have this conversation.
I mean,
It's
some
really
people
to the
are.
heart of
Whether or not you are in
national
death doesn't
security
really matter that
and
much, does
key
it?
to the subcommittee's core purpose. This is the subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee. Now, our witnesses will testify today that UAPs
They just need to visit
pose a
Japan.
serious safety threat, and we must understand this. More broadly, we're dealing with real questions that get to the heart of our faith in government. Faith in our institutions
This is Congress,
we all know
guys.
is at an all-time low.
This is a good thing.
Partisanship and alternative facts make it too easy to doubt narrative or our institutions. But this hearing will offer the public unique perspectives, building on years of reporting by both federal agencies and the independent media. Now, some of the earliest reporting on this issue was a groundbreaking 2017 New York Times report, which revealed research, as we know now, on unidentified anomalous phenomena, or as many call UFOs, by the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Yeah.
Mr. Graves and Commander Fairman's experiences with UAPs have also been documented by the public, not just by the New York Times, but CNN and many other national news outlets. Now, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence has published public reports documenting UAPs.
This is basically a
And
recap.
on June 9, 2022, NASA
But might as well
announced
listen to it.
the agency is commissioning a study to, of course, examine unidentified anomalous phenomena. Now, the sheer number of reports, whistleblowers, and stories of unidentified anomalous phenomena should raise real questions and warrant investigation and oversight. And that's why we are here today. Now, pilots have reported encounters for years. Now, because of the stigma around reporting these incidents, we still don't have a complete picture of actually what's going on.
The amount of reports
Particularly as our
that
witnesses
Arrow,
will
which is the organization that is designed to cover this stuff, the amount of reports that they're getting is like climbing astronomically. As people are actually learning that it exists and that this is where they're supposed to go to report it. Like there's like an initial batch of reports that they got, and they're just coming. They got like 300 new reports in January. I think it's the first quarter of this year. They got 300 new reports on top of their already 900. Which is insane. And this is the first. I think the Arrow was established last fall in like October or something.
Testify on the civilian side, and that is a real problem that we have today in the country. Now, it's very important that we show that Democrats and Republicans in Congress can come together in a bipartisan way to cut through misinformation and to look at the facts in a serious and thoughtful manner. If we are to advance oversight,
It's like
and public
watching your kids
disclosure,
grow up, guys.
we must
Watching
also
both
gain the
Democrats
broad
and Republicans
support of
talk
the
about this issue and in their
we
own
will
way.
succeed getting facts out to the public faster if there is a broad public support as part of the
Like
process.
like the way
Now,
that
I
they
understand
address it
fully
is
that the Department
different,
of
but they're
Defense
still trying to
is
say the
hesitant
same
to share
thing.
information that could also undermine our national security by revealing information on the capabilities of our own aircraft, our sensors, and other sensors.
So this is the national security
At the same
standpoint.
time, many people believe that we're withholding information from them, and that is
I don't think
dangerous
Congress
also.
is. I think
I believe in openness
possibly
and transparency,
really high-end
but it's also
military
the
is.
role of Congress, and I want to trust that the American people will be able to weigh the evidence and make up their own minds. Mm-hmm. Now, we have incidents where sensors, sometimes even
They have
multiple
actual
sets of
witnesses on,
sensors, detect things that we cannot
not on
explain.
trial, but
UAPs,
in here.
whatever
So
they may be,
that's why we're
may
watching
pose
it.
a serious threat to our military or civilian aircraft, and that must be understood. Now, my career and training as a longtime career educator and teacher and researcher tell me that we should never rule anything out. We know that
You don't throw away
space, of
data,
course,
even if you
is
don't like
vast
it.
and undiscovered.
This is the weird thing where the scientific community is being super dismissive about it. Like, you just, in general, even if you don't like, one of the things they teach you in stats, guys, is even if you don't like data, you don't throw it out because you don't like it. And outliers make your data look bad, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I also want to note that Mr. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office,
Arrow.
the component of the DoD office that investigates UAP data, has testified before the Senate this year that his unit has found no evidence of extraterrestrial activity. NASA has also stated they don't have evidence of extraterrestrial life either, and we've heard this, of course, from some of our government agencies.
This is
And we
life,
should
not
remind viewers
UAPs.
and witnesses, which I think is really
UAPs are
important,
different from life.
we also cannot share classified information in public settings. But questions, of course, remain that people want to see data and information for themselves. The enormous interest in the hearing today underscores the importance of a fair and open look at the evidence from witnesses who can share their unique perspectives. Now, I know I certainly have a lot of questions, and I know that all the members of our committee do as well. We should come to this hearing with an open mind, and we should not let our existing ideas restrict us on either side. I hear
All
over
the
and over from
lawmakers
many
have to get their
agencies
dick in
the stigma
things
around reporting and
to
investigating
make themselves seem
UAPs
important.
prevents
I
us
think
from
we
getting
might
real answers.
fast forward. I don't know
Whistleblowers have
exactly.
reported harassment, intimidation, or stigma as well, and this is not acceptable. If people can't report incidents which would have
it's only a little bit
national
more.
security or safety implications, then that also has serious consequences for us. As ranking member of this subcommittee, I know my job would be completely impossible if whistleblowers or others feel intimidated to come before this committee.
There's
We
actually a
can't be
bill
afraid of
prior to
asking
these guys
questions,
coming
and we
forward
can't
that
be
was
afraid
passed, I
of
think,
the truth.
last year or
I'm
earlier
proud
this
that
year,
this hearing builds
to
upon
protect
bipartisan work
whistleblowers
by members of the
from
House and Senate
retaliation
dating
from the
many years
government.
back, which is sought to increase awareness within the Department of Defense and to mandate more of Congress of UAPs. We know the Senate is taking up an amendment to their defense authorization bill, which will create a commission with broad declassification authority, and we should all agree that that is an important step. Members of both parties and senior officials in multiple administrations have taken an interest in this issue, and we're proud to carry and build that confidence in the American people. This hearing will also not be the end of this discussion, but a new chapter and start to years and years of work that many folks, both in the public and within government, have been working on. We should encourage more reporting, not less, on UAPs. The more we understand, the safer we will be. We will hear testimony from witnesses today with a long record of service to the American people and with subject matter expertise. Our witnesses have a unique opportunity to share their perspective, insights, and their experiences with the American people. And I encourage all of my colleagues to engage with these difficult questions with an open mind and to follow the facts on behalf of our country. I also just want to say more broadly that we should look at this hearing and believe that everything is on the table as it relates to UAPs. An open mind is absolutely the best. I want to yield the 2.5 minutes, the remainder of my time, to the representative from Florida, Representative Moskowitz, for an opening statement. He also has been very much engaged in this issue, and I want to thank him for his leadership. Congressman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Tim Burchett and Anna Paulina Luna for their leadership in pushing this hearing forward. I want to thank, obviously, committee staff and their staff working on this on a bipartisan basis because many Americans are deeply interested in this issue, and it shouldn't take the potential of non-human origin to bring us together. Additionally, I want to thank the witnesses for coming forward to share your perspectives, your thoughts, and the sightings of UAPs. Unlike other hearings many times in Congress, you're not here to help a political party, but you're here to share information with the American people. And it's not something that is just going on in this administration. It's something that's spanned many administrations. For decades, many Americans have been fascinated by objects mysterious and unexplained, and it's long past time that they got some answers. The American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. Those are not the words of a UFO Twitter account. Though that is a direct quote from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, that the American public has a right to learn about technologies of unknown origins, non-human intelligence, and unexplainable phenomena. In an interview with Fox News, recent former Director of National Intelligence John Radcliffe confirmed the U.S. government is aware a lot more sightings of UAPs, and that they have not made that information public. I quote, "There are a lot more sightings that have not been made public," Radcliffe said to Fox News. For me, this hearing is about transparency. We unfortunately live in a time in which many people distrust government and our institutions.
I wish they would have their titles, like, they have their plaques here,
away from the American public,
but they should
or
actually have their
even
title
Congress
here too, like
contributes to
who this
today's
person
politics.
is, because I don't know who the
The
fuck this
American
guy
people
is.
have regular questions. What are UAPs?
But, you know, I guess everyone in
How come
Congress
media
knows who
doesn't
they are,
report more
but
on
people
them?
outside of
Are they
Congress don't know who they are, so.
Are they U.S. technology? Are they something else?
Who's this
They
guy?
ask themselves, how come when a Russian jet shoots flares at one of our drones, we have perfect pictures and videos to show the American people and the world?
Yeah.
But when it comes to UAPs, nothing. Of course, we must always protect our national security to maintain our superiority, like when stealth helicopters were only rumored to exist, but were used in the Osama bin Laden raid in 2011. But we can't allow that to be used as a shield to keep the American people completely in the dark from basic truths. The American people deserve to hear more about special access programs. Congress has a right to know if there's any unsanctioned weapons development. Satellite imagery that has not been provided to Congress. Congress created the All-Domain Resolution Office in the NDAA of 2022. In its initial analysis, there are 171 uncharacterized UAP reports, and this is the words from the report, that appear to have demonstrated unusual flight characteristics or performance.
These are the ones that
capabilities.
weren't trash bags.
I believe more information is known about the 171 instances. It's time for Congress
Last
to reinsert
UAP
ourselves
report was
and call on military leaders and intelligence
metal
officials
sphere,
to release more
like a beach ball,
information to the American people
only
about
like it was falling from the sky, but it was
to our
flying.
military leaders. If there's nothing to
Yeah.
conceal, let Congress
That was captured
go
by a
to
Reaper drone.
Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, the Dugway Proving Ground,
Yep,
or even
just
Groom Lake
just
in
a
Nevada.
random metal beach
We
ball
should have
sphere,
disclosure
just flying through
today.
there.
We should have
Don't worry about it,
disclosure
guys.
Tomorrow, the time has come. Thank you, Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz, and I will yield back now to our chairman. Thank you.
Right, now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. Our first witness is Lieutenant Ryan Graves. He's the Executive Director of Americans for Safe Aerospace. Lieutenant Graves is also a former U.S. Navy F-18 pilot with his own UAP experience. The next witness, David Grush, is a former senior intelligence officer with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and was a senior technical advisor for UAP issues. And finally, retired Navy Commander David Fraser.
This guy in the center here, Gersh, is actually the big whistleblower that's coming out.
Worked as a naval aviator for 18 years.
Mylar balloon. Oh, it's weather balloon. I see.
Experience
Thanks,
on
Slane.
the TikTok event. I look forward to hearing from all three of you today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right
Once again,
hands.
it'd be nice if they had like a tag next to them that just said like what
You
their
solemnly
title
swear
is.
or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Let the record show that all the witnesses answered in the affirmative. You may be seated. We appreciate you all being here today and look forward to your testimony. I'll remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing
Yeah,
record.
so as I mentioned before, guys, this is a little bit different than YouTube clickbait shit. This is Congress. This is a hearing in Congress by Arrow.
That it's on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, it'll turn
With things
yellow,
getting
and the red
louder
light
and quieter randomly.
Does your 5 minutes have expired? I'll now recognize
You got subtitles,
Mr.
guys.
Graves for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, distinguished members of the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, Representatives Burchett and Luna. My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I am a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation
Let's
Enduring
see.
Freedom and
Which is this guy?
Operation Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses. It is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers, and I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar track with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, and eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, two F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sighting.
2019.
Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for
Don't
Safe
engage them.
The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30 witnesses have come forward, and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in the fight for transparency at safeaerospace.org. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are recurring, with numerous recent sightings.
Aerial maneuvers that don't really make sense as far as a pilot goes.
Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace.
And by the way, they do weed out shit like
Most
drones.
involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems.
So,
I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so.
this is all the stuff that
closing,
can't
I
be
recognize
explained.
the skepticism
Not the stuff that you can
surrounding this
explain
topic.
away as a trash bag,
If everyone
balloon,
could see
whatever.
the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are a concern for flight safety. The American people
sides.
deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Mr. Grush?
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank you. I'm happy to be here. This is an important issue, and I'm grateful for your time. My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the ranking major.
It's just the government dialing him on a PC, guys. Don't worry about it.
2025, or 2023, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, at the GS-15 civilian level, which is the military equivalent of a full bird colonel. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, all domain anomaly
Arrow.
resolution.
So that's the agency. They had a couple of weird in-between agencies prior to Arrow that didn't really. I don't want to say they didn't do much, but they weren't really established.
With the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Following concerning reports from multiple esteemed and credentialed current and former military and intelligence community individuals that the U.S. government is operating with secrecy above congressional oversight with regards to UAPs. My testimony is based on information I've been given by individuals with a long-standing track record of legitimacy and service to this country. Many of whom also shared compelling evidence in the form of photography, official documentation, and classified oral testimony.
I don't know why my mic's picking him up, but it didn't pick anyone else up.
I have taken every step I can to corroborate this evidence over a period of 4 years while I was with the UAP task force and do my due diligence on the individual sharing it. This is because of these steps, I believe strongly in the importance of bringing this information before you. I am driven by a commitment of both to truth and transparency, rooted in our inherent duty to uphold the United States Constitution and protect the American people. I'm asking
That's weird.
Congress
I don't
to
know why
hold
it's
our
picking it up
government to this
twice.
standard and thoroughly investigate these claims. But as I stand here under oath now, I am speaking to the facts as I've been told them. In the U.S. Air Force, in my National Reconnaissance Office, NRO, reservist capacity, I was a member
It's
of
my
the
mind
UAP
control
task
collar.
force
You're about to
from
be enslaved.
2019 to 2021. I served at the NRO Operations Center on the Director's Briefing Staff, which included the coordination of the Presidential Daily Brief and supporting variety of contingency operations, which I was the Reserve Intelligence Division Chief backup. In 2019, the UAP Task Force Director asked me to identify all special access programs and controlled access programs, also known as SAPs and CAPs.
You can figure
we
out what it
needed to
is, I'll tell you.
satisfy
Oh,
our
that doesn't make sense,
congressionally
but
mandated mission, and
yeah.
we were direct report at the time to the DepSecDef. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared to literally all relevant departments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military and civilian capacities. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this
As opposed to be an
information to my
alien cooler?
superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Congressmen, Congresswomen. I want to first thank you for the invitation to speak to the committee on the UAP topic that has been in the news for the past 6 years and seems to be continuing to gain momentum. As you know, my name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We were attached to Carrier 11 stationed on board the USS Nimitz and had begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. When we launched off Nimitz, my
Tic Tacs.
wingman was joining
That's a
up.
Tic Tac
We were told
UFO,
the training would be
2004.
suspended, and we were going to proceed with real-world tasking. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see
Okay,
when we
Sling.
arrived. The controller told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet. A controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All 4 of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down a small, saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water.
This is basically from Congress, so it's kind of...
There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces.
The budget here is minimal, but they actually have
As we started
footage.
clockwise towards the object, my
It's
Wizzo
pretty
and I decided
popular
to go down and get
UAP
closer
footage
with the
online.
other aircraft staying in high cover to observe
Been around
both us
forever.
and the Tic Tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the Tic Tac, or we considered 270 degrees to where, and we went nose low to where the Tic Tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000.
I think this is supposed to be their introduction, not their statement. So I think he's reading his statement rather than his introduction.
Feet and the Tic Tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object,
I mean, he's been around for 20 years, so...
it rapidly
Or this has been
accelerated
around for
from
20
us and
years.
disappeared. Our wingmen, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the whitewater was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cap point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute." you can calculate the speed. We returned to Nimitz, we were taking off our gear, we were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch, we mentioned it to them, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape that was never released, and we don't know where it's at, of the active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar, and I can get into modes later if you're interested. What is shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated, none of my crew were ever questioned, tapes were never taken, and after a couple days it turned into a great story with friends. It wasn't until 2009 until Jay Stratton had contacted me to investigate. Unbeknownst to all, he was part of the ATIP program in the Pentagon led by Lou Elizondo. And there was an unofficial report that came out that's now on the internet. Years later, I was contacted by the other pilot, Alex Dietrich, and asked if I'd been contacted, and I said no, but I'm willing to talk. I was contacted by Mr. Elizondo, and we talked for a short period of time, and he said we'd be in contact. A few weeks after that, I was made aware that Lou had left the Pentagon in protest and joined forces with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, Steve Justice, and others to form Two Stars Academy, an organization that pressed the issue with leading industry experts and U.S. government officials. They worked with Leslie Keene, who is present today, Ralph Blumenthal, and Helene Cooper to publish the articles in the New York Times 2017 New York Times, and it removed the stigma on the topic of UFOs, which is why we're here today. Those articles open the door for the government and public that cannot be closed. It has led to an interest from our elected officials who are not focused on little green men, but figuring out where these craft are, where are they from, the technology they possess, how do they operate. It also led to the whistleblower.
You kind of have to be condescending to the whole idea of little green men because it's stereotype. It's how people stereotype anyone that believes in UAPs, UFOs, and possibly aliens.
What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe it not from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that could undermine oversight from our elected Protection Act and the NDAA. There are multiple witnesses coming forward to say that have firsthand knowledge, and Mr. Grush just covered that. What concerns me is that there's no oversight from our elected officials on anything associated with our government processing or working on craft. Believe it not from this world. This issue is not a full public disclosure that could undermine national security, but it is about ensuring that our system of checks and balances works across all work done in the government using taxpayer funds. Relative to government programs, even unacknowledged wave programs, have some level of oversight by the appropriate committee members in the House and Senate, and this work that is said to be occurring from whistleblower testimonies should not be exempt. In closing, I would like to say that the Tic Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great
Too far back to have people start collaborating stories. Like, not to say that his story might not be legit, but like when we get further back, holy fuck. When we get further back from like the internet era, it starts turning into one of these things where there aren't nearly as many people that can come together because they don't know that other people exist, or you know, because memory is fickle. People age.
Trained and briefed on how to handle encounters with UAPs?
Not the fan noises, the dialogue is picking up.
Military witnesses to UAP have limited options for reporting UAP. But more concerning is that commercial
mics aren't all the same volume,
sector has not adapted to the lessons that
or they're speaking much louder than each other.
The military and Department of Defense has stated that UAP represent a critical aviation safety risk. We have not seen that same language being used in the commercial markets. They are not acknowledging this risk.
Okay, what steps do you think you have to be taken to improve a pilot's UAP reporting, be it military or commercial?
Right now, we need a system where pilots can report without fear of losing their jobs. There is a fear that the stigma associated with this topic is going to lead to professional
especially one where you can actually come together, all the knowledge can be pooled into one place.
So having a secure system, reducing the stigma, and making this available, this information available.
Imagine doing that with the internet era, guys. Crazy, right? Can you just make a Discord?
An idea of the degree to which reports in the past are not made public right now?
Well, I don't think there has been a proper reporting system to gather those reports and thus not report them. So to answer your question, I think there is a dearth of data due to the fact that the reporting has been limited up to this time.
Could you tell me why you believe it's, kind of to play the devil's advocate, a reason why some of this stuff should not be available to the public?
There's certainly some national security concerns when we use our advanced sensors in our tactical jets to be able to identify these objects. However, there's no reason that the objects themselves would be classified. I would be curious to see how the security classification guideline actually spells out the different nuances of how this topic is classified from the perspective of UAP, not national security.
I'll give you a follow-up on that. Assuming that there are reasons why not all this should be made public, this has been around for a long period of time. Can any of the three of you think of any reason why anything related to UAPs, say 15 years and back, should not be immediately made public?
I think one of it is acknowledging a vulnerability, both from a collection and
incompetence.
No, we haven't cracked for many years. Yeah.
Even say 20 years back. Is there any reason why, when you go back that far, things shouldn't be made public?
Unless it shows a specific national security vulnerability as it relates to a weakness in a particular defense system.
Okay, Mr. Fravor, the TikTok incident that you were engaged occurred in 2004.
They have to be super stringent, mind you, because that's generally the way the military works.
No, we had a standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened, and that was it. No one else talked to us, and I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I was the commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Was this incident the only UAP event that you encountered while you were a pilot?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is for any one of you. Based off of each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Well, we can land rockets backwards. That's pretty cool.
I would also like to add, from a commercial aviation and military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of our professional actions. Identifying friend from foe is very important to us. And so when we have unidentified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a stigma or a fear of what it could be, that's an opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should you take?
The Tic Tac was, no, I think it's a different one. I don't think they have the guy here. We're
this information is centralized.
Carrier group spotted like a group of them, and they're actively like diving between, like they're going underwater and then coming back out of the water. It's not something you can do with normal aircraft today. Best place to hide, by the way, if you're aliens, is totally in water, because we're fucking blind underwater. So,
Mr. Grush, in your complaint to the intelligence community inspector, Inspector General, you claim that you believe information is being hidden. What kind of information do you think was hidden, and do you think it should remain hidden?
Yes, I can speak to that very briefly in an unclassified manner. As you know, the preponderance of my complaint was classified to the intelligence communities. Both material acquisition and exploitation activity, also baselining the UAPs but not sharing it with.
that's one of the problems. Is like you can't reveal classified information even if he is available to the public, and he wants to. Which is what they're trying to get around right now with, I believe, with the whistleblower law. I think it was earlier this year.
Again, thank you all for serving and for testifying today. Want to just talk about UAPs as it relates to what we're seeing in pilots' interaction with UAPs. Particularly, Mr. Graves, one of the, I think, concerns from members of this committee is this idea that pilots, there's no system that actually report UAPs and the stigma around pilots. So can you just briefly, you mentioned you're working with 30 pilots right now that have had encounters with UAPs. But you've also, I believe, discussed and know of many more pilots. This is just those you're currently working with. Is that correct? Can you expand on that?
Certainly. I'll break that down in two ways. First, when we were first experiencing these objects off the eastern seaboard in the 2014 to 2015 time period, anyone that had upgraded their radar systems were seeing these objects. So there was a large number of my colleagues that were detecting these objects off the eastern seaboard. They were further correlating that information with their other onboard sensors, and many of them also had their own eye sightings as well of these objects. Now, that was our personal firsthand experience at the time. Since then, as I've engaged this topic, others have reached out to me to share their experiences, both on the military side as well as the commercial aviation side. On the military aviation side, veterans that have recently got out have shared their stories and have expressed how the objects we were seeing in 2014, 2015 continued all the way to 2019, 2020, and beyond. And so it became a generational issue for naval aviators on the eastern seaboard. This was something we were briefing to new students. This is something that was included in the notice to airmen to ensure that there was no accidents. And now with commercial aviators, they're reaching out because they're having somewhat similar experiences as our military brothers and sisters, but they do not have any reporting system that they can send us to.
And let me just add, both to Mr. Fravor as well as Mr. Grace, not having the system for reporting, would you both agree that it's harmful to not just our national security interests, but to understand this phenomenon of what's happening with UAPs?
I think it's actually a travesty that we don't have a system to correlate this and actually investigate. You know, so if you took the East Coast, you know, there's coastal radars out there that monitor our air defense identification zone, so out to 200 miles. They can track these, you know, so when you see them, they could actually go and pull that data and get maneuvering. And instead of just having the airplanes, there's other data sources out there. And I've talked to other government officials on this. So you need a centrally located repository that these reports go to. So if you just stuck it in DOD, you wouldn't get anything out of the Intelligence Committee because they have a tendency to not to talk. But if you had a central location where these reports would come in, not just military, but
Discord.
also commercial aviation,
Let's make a Discord, guys.
Over the Pacific, they see odd lights. So I think you need to, from here to Hawaii, over the Pacific, they see odd lights. So I think you need to develop something that allows you a central point to collect the data in order to investigate.
Mr. Graves?
I would concur with everything Mr. Fravor said. I'll continue to say that the commercial pilots that have reached out to me through Americans for Safe Aerospace are doing so because they don't feel.
I'm going to add, guys, in 2023, the government doesn't have a way for everyone to pull together their sightings and collaborate like a ticket system to open tickets to track UAPs. And they have other people collaborate their stories. You know how in movies you see the little guy make like the board with, I don't know what it's called, the pin board, right? You have a bunch of photos on it and events on it, and they draw little strings and they put pins in it and they go back and forth. Yeah, the government can't even fucking do that. That's kind of sad. That's where we're at, though, and that's why stuff like this is important. Could DOD possibly do it? Maybe, and they probably can. Do they want to? Not really. So basically, the government has to try and do it themselves, which they're not really good at. I need to wash my coffee cup, go and grab a soda, guys, and we'll continue on with this. 1 second, guys. Okay. Let's continue on.
There's another way for them to report this safety issue.
And I think one of the clear outcomes of this hearing already is that there has to be a safe and transparent reporting process for pilots, both on the commercial side and the military side, to be able to report UAPs in a way that's also transparent, but also understands the scope of our national security interests and what may be classified or not. But I think there has to be some sort of system, and so that's something that I hope can be an outcome that this committee can work on. Is there anything else for just the two of you briefly beyond the reporting system that you think that we can do as a government to encourage and facilitate more civilian reporting?
I think we're doing it right now.
Okay, great.
I think this hearing is going to show the American people that their government takes this topic seriously.
And how about civilians that may not be pilots? What kind of process could be in place
Let's
for
start.
civilians who are not pilots, who may have UAP encounters? Do either of you have any suggestions that could facilitate that?
My recommendations would be to make that a sensor-centric operation in order to make it as objective as possible.
Okay. Sir, Mr. Fravor?
No, I agree with Mr. Graves on that.
Okay. Just briefly, I also just want to note, particularly for the two pilots and the question from Mr. Grush, one of the things that I found fascinating in our discussion with Mr. Graves last night as well is that you both described UAPs and formations and the way they are observed in space or in our air, and the way that they move is essentially ways in which current technology or aircraft that we know of are unable to actually function or move. And so will you just, for the public record, again, once again, just briefly just either describe or note that aircraft that we witnessed, particularly by the 30 folks that you're working with, are essentially outside the scope of anything that we know of today and the technology we have today. Mr. Graves, Mr. Fravor?
Yes, the objects that are being seen by commercial pilots are performing maneuvers that are unexplainable due to our current understanding of our technology and our capabilities as a country, and that applies for the military as well.
Mr. Fravor?
Yeah, I concur with that. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction, nor do we have anything that can, like in our situation, come down from space, hang out for 3 hours, and go back up.
Thank you. My last question, and sometimes I know that you have also said some of these answers in the past, but we're trying to get them on the public record as well, which is really important. Mr. Grush, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And where?
I know the exact locations, and those locations were provided to the Inspector General and some of which to the intelligence committees. I actually had the people with the firsthand knowledge provide a protected disclosure to the Inspector General.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would just say that I think that these...
This is, by the way, why he was a very high up intelligence. This is why he's actually a really big deal. Because he actually knows about the shit, but he can't talk about it publicly once again because national secrecy, and he doesn't want to get sued into oblivion, and I don't know, like abiding by laws. You'd think you just like whatever, just do like a name. Snowden, just do a Snowden and be exiled to Russia. But I guess he's trying to do it legitimately.
Questions are important.
We're reading a review about him last quarter.
Being involved in the process to get those answered. I know there'll be a lot of questions from other committee members, so I yield back.
He does everything basically by the book for the most part.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I would like to have you on my legislation to do just that on the reporting, and we'll get together on that. Maybe you can be my co-sponsor on that. That'd be really cool. Thank you for those great questions.
Need a new audio mixer guy.
Mr. Graves, again, I'd like to know, how do you know that these were not our aircraft?
Some of the behaviors that we saw in a working area, we would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's 0 airspeed, over certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to float downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
Okay. Have you spoken to commercial and military pilots that have seen these off of our East Coast?
I have.
Okay. Mr. Fravor, I noticed that in the Tic Tac video, it's Tic Tac like the candy, not TikTok like the Chinese Communist app.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. I just want to make that because my daughter corrected me on that and called me a boomer and said, "Hey, boomer," and I said, "No, baby, it's Tic Tac like the candy. You're gonna have to just look it up." And but now I would also like to say today is a day of many firsts. It's a miracle that we're having this meeting, and it's also a miracle.
The Communist
that my
app
wife has put up with me for 9 years today. Today is my anniversary, so I want to tell my wife happy anniversary. And that'll
all different types,
much.
guys.
As she likes to say, this 9 years have been the best 2 years of her life. So, thank you, Mr. Favor. What astonished you the most about the flight capabilities of these Tic Tac? Very briefly.
The performance. Absolute performance. It was.
And you're not aware of any other objects that anybody in the world has, in this world, that has those capabilities?
No, I think it's far beyond actually our material science that we currently possess.
Are you aware of any other reconnaissance platforms that have tracked or recorded the Tic Tac's maneuvers, maybe the NORAD system or any of the others?
I am not.
Okay. Mr. Grush, thank you for being here, brother. Thank you all very much. Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. Yeah.
It's very unfortunate, as they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured? The most.
Yeah.
It's very unfortunate, as they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most fire.
When you're over the target, that's when they do the most firing. So I guess just open season on you.
Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these
Military quote?
Technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have anyone been murdered that you would think, that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Maybe in a, if we could get in a confidential area, SCIF, we could talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access.
You know you're over the target when you start catching flack. So basically, when people start throwing shit at you, that's when you know you're actually in the good spot. That I've actually used in fucking, oh my god. Well, he kind of butchered it, but that's definitely, that applies to everything. That applies to politics, that applies to military, that applies to general human psychology, guys. People get defensive when you start saying stuff or doing things that they don't like, right? That's how you know you're actually close to where you should be based on how much shit you're getting from other people because they want you to stop, right? Yeah, so that's actually a really, really, really good quote. You know you're over the target when you start catching flack. That's in everything. That's literally fucking everything. Twitter, social media of any kind. Yeah, when you start getting the most shit. Like when, kind of a segue here, guys. In modern media, like on social media, when they're talking about AI and all the creatives get angry and they go, oh my god, AI is so fucking bad, it's so terrible at what it does, it's not even good, oh my god, it's so bad. Like every time like a new AI thing comes out that's actually really cool, and like a lot of people are like, wow, that's actually really sweet, like generating revenue, or generating like AI music and stuff like that. Forgot the name of the app, but there's one a couple months ago where I was commenting on it, and it was just a bunch of people basically that like write Walmart music, you know, well, I guess Walmart plays actual music now, but writes like, you know, like elevator music and stuff like that, right? And like their job's on the line, and they start throwing shit because they actually know that they're in problem, like they're in trouble, right? They throw shit at you because they know what you're doing is actually like it's getting close to home, it's actually close to hitting the target, right? So that's actually a really good one. That's a really good one. You know you're over the target when you start catching flack. Like I said, he kind of butchered it, but yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense. And it's just everywhere. It's not just here, it's everywhere. And I'm going to add that to my quote list. That's a good one, or idiom list.
Do you believe that you witnessed an additional object under the water in relation to your encounter?
I will say we did not see an object. There was something there to cause the whitewater, and when we turned around, it was gone, so there was something there that obviously moved.
Okay, it was not the same object though that you were looking at, correct?
No, we actually joked that the Tic Tac was communicating with something when we came back, and because the whitewater disappeared.
We were in another instance. We're told about the capabilities of a jamming during viewing of when there were some people chasing some of these objects. Did you experience any of that jamming or interrupting your radar or weapons system?
My crew that launched after we landed experienced significant jamming to the APG-73 radar, which was what we had on board, which is a mechanically scanned, very high-end system prior to the APG-79. And yes, it did pretty much everything you could do.
Catching flack means there's a couple different takes on it. Catching flack means you're over the target. If you're taking flack, you're over the target. Flack only gets heavy when you're over the target.
Velocity, aspect, and then it spit the lock, and the targeting pod is passive. That's what we were able to get the video on.
I'm about to run out of time, but are you aware of any of our enemies that have that capability? Okay, I would also like to note for the record that, like George Knapp, breaking Area 51, he's the reason I knew about that, and the reason I know about the Tic Tacs is Leslie Keene from New York Times article, and I would encourage everybody to read that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to you for no time.
Very good. Mr. Raskin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Graves, you reported UAP encounters during training flights, I think, and have since come forward to warn the Pentagon that these encounters may be putting pilots at risk. My first question is, you've identified these as taking place on the East Coast. Is it just on the East Coast where these encounters have been reported?
No. Since the events initially occurred, I've learned that the objects have been detected essentially where all operations, Navy operations are being conducted across the world. And that's from the Ultimate Anomaly Resolutions Office reporting.
Nice.
Can you describe
Good
your
one.
experience after you decided to come forward?
Good evening, alien, by the way.
And, go public with your experience?
I guess an actual alien.
Certainly. Like many others, in 2017, I saw the New York Times article come out as well. And for me, it was special because I recognized the voices on the video. I recognized the video itself. I had seen it when it was taken. I seen it when it was debriefed.
4 years ago now?
And so that was kind of shook me because I realized that this problem was still ongoing. And so I reached out to colleagues back on the East Coast and realized that this was still a safety risk that they were dealing with, that they had essentially hit a wall with how they could move forward on this conversation. It was at that point when I decided...
Elon's definitely not against AI. He's not anti-AI at all. He's anti-censorship AI, which is kind of the way...
And can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray. We're common character.
Try to move the conversation forward myself.
Are there common characteristics to the UAPs that have been cited by different pilots, and can you describe what the convergence of descriptions is?
Certainly. We were primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry.
Russia, Space Station, visitors, Twitter. This before. Space guess. Oh, it's because Twitter can't be scraped anymore by Google. Yeah, because you can't actually look at singular tweets anymore. Oh, here it is. So he caught this video. Right there. It's not, this is too high for Starlink. This isn't Starlink, and that's not the way Starlink flies anyways. This is on the International Space Station. Pretty cool. The video is actually better. However, we can't see the video anymore because of Twitter. Twitter decided, nope. Thanks, Elon Musk. Yeah. Russian cosmonaut aboard the International Space Station shared footage. 1-minute video on Twitter. Oh, there we go. So you can view singular posts now? This is better because it doesn't have all the editing and shit in it that makes you question what's going on here. So he is videotaping the Aurora Borealis. Is it the Aurora Borealis? Right there. You guys can see that. It's on the space station. Too high up for Starlink, too. I believe the rest is just the Aurora Borealis. Aw, am I gonna get DMCA'd for this music? Maybe. Earth problems, guys. Didn't coincide with any sort of Starlink launch. You can see the sides of the International Space Station here, too. Like the darkness, that's the ISS. Pretty cool shit. Too far? There. Surprisingly, guys, like fucking anything about like the Kardashians gets like 5,000 likes and then or 5 million likes, and you see something like this pop up 2020 gets 10,000 likes. You're like, what the fuck? Even on like social media, guys, the amount of people that are covering this or even talking about it is astronomical. You think geeks would be all over this shit, right? Like geeks would be like, wow, there may actually be aliens. This is something the government's taking seriously. Maybe we should talk about it. Like, you know, because we play video games, like sci-fi video games and fantasy. They don't give two shits. Are they all bots? Like, they don't give two shits about it. Why?
Dark gray.
I don't understand.
Yes, inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the... We're primarily seeing dark gray or black cubes inside of a clear sphere.
I'm sorry, dark gray or black cubes?
Yes, inside of a clear sphere, where the apex or tips of the cube were touching the inside of that sphere. And that was primarily what was being reported when we were able to gain a visual tally of these objects. And that occurred over almost 8 years. And as far as I know, it's still occurring.
So I take it that you're arguing what we need is real transparency in a reporting system so we can get some clarity on what's going on out there, because there are many pilots in your situation, but we should have a way of developing a systematic inventory of all of such encounters. Is that right?
Yes, and I think we need
database?
both transparency and the reporting. We have the reporting, but we need to make sure that information can be promulgated to commercial aviation as well as the rest of the populace.
Mr. Grush, what about you? What was your experience after you came forward?
Well, it's only been about 2 months or so, so I guess my experience has been overwhelming support from former colleagues of mine that have privately messaged me, and I do appreciate that. But I do have knowledge of active planned reprisal activity against myself and other colleagues, and it's very, very upsetting to me.
Coming from where?
Certain senior leadership at previous agencies I was associated with. And that's all I'll say publicly, but I can provide more details in a closed environment.
Okay. Well, I hope you understand that there would be bipartisan rejection of any attempt to vilify, demonize, or engage in other reprisals against our witnesses and people who are telling the truth from their perspective.
Yeah, there were certain colleagues of mine that were brutally administratively attacked, and it actually makes me very upset as a leader to see that happen to other coworkers and actually superiors of mine over the last 3 years.
How do you account for that response? That seems like a bizarre response.
It is
I
kind
call it
of
administrative terrorism. That's their quiver, their tool in the toolbox to silence people, especially the career government service cares.
What's
about
their end game though? Like, why are they doing it?
Their reputation,
just protecting.
And when you threaten that,
I don't know. What was Area 51? Reagan?
A lot of people back.
Reagan era administration.
But I'm here to represent those people. So,
Mr. Fravor, what about you? What has your experience been since you've come forward with your perspective on this?
Actually, I've been treated very well. And the 6 people that were involved, myself included, all of them have or will be retiring from the military as 05s or 06s. And all my friends
1950s.
are very senior, stars. I've talked to them. They believe, they understand there's a problem. But no, I was actually treated really well.
And what is your general interpretation of these phenomena?
Who was in the 1950s? There's a lot of U.S. presidents, guys, you've never heard of.
Trying to make
I learned about that in college. Just people you'd never.
I'm not
Truman.
like a UFO fanatic.
Truman.
It's not me.
And
But I'll
Eisenhower's
tell you
after
that
Truman.
What we saw with 4 sets of eyes over a 5-minute period, still, there's nothing, we have nothing close to it. It was amazing to see. I told my buddy I wanted to fly it, but yeah, it's just an incredible technology.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'll yield back to you.
That's 2004, guys. That's well ahead of our
Thanks.
kind of like drone boom that we've been having in the last 5 years or so.
Mr. Grush, in speaking to you yesterday, I just wanted to follow up on Representative Raskin's questions. In the last couple of years, have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life for addressing these issues?
Yes, personally.
Okay. I just want everyone to note that he's coming forward in fear of his life. To put in perspective, if they were really not scared about this information coming out, why would someone be intimidated like that? To your knowledge, are NHIs working with adversarial foreign governments in either technology exchange programs or back engineering programs?
I don't have data on that. I'm not sure.
Have you heard or you had people come forward to present that evidence?
Not that particular evidence that you just espoused.
Okay, on the 19th of April, Dr. Kirkpatrick, head of Aero, had said that he did not find any evidence of UAPs. You also stated that you had, in your interview, that you had briefed him on information that you were uncovering, but that he did not follow up with you. Were the items that you divulged to him pertinent to national security?
Yes, him and I had a classified conversation in April 2022 before he took over Aero in July 2022, and I provided him some concerns I had.
Do you know why he might not have followed up with you?
Unfortunately, I cannot read his mind. I wish he did. I was happy to give sage counsel to him on where to look when he took the helm of Aero.
Okay, and then my last question for you before I move to Mr. Graves is you
not
received
Aero.
prior approval from the Defense Department to speak on certain issues, correct?
Correct, through DOPSR, DoD Pre-Publication and Security Review, and I just want to remind the public, they're just looking from a security perspective. These are my own personal views and opinions, not the department's.
Okay, I'm asking that though mainly because I think that there are many people that would like to discredit you, so it does bring a certain amount of credibility to your testimony.
I'm required by law to do that as a former intelligence officer, or I go to jail for revealing classified information.
Yeah, we don't want you to go to jail.
Yep.
My next question
Walking
would
tightrope,
actually
or he
be
goes to Russia.
for Mr. Graves. Can you please explain to me in detail the event that occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base?
Certainly. In the 2003 timeframe, a large group of Boeing contractors were operating near one of the launch facilities at Vandenberg Air Force Base when they observed a very large 100-yard sided red square approach the base from the ocean and hover at low altitude over one of the launch facilities. This object remained for about 45 seconds or so before darting off over the mountains. There was a similar event within 24 hours later in the evening. This was a morning event, I believe 8:45 in the morning. Later in the evening, post-sunset, there were reports of other sightings on base, including some aggressive behaviors. These objects were approaching some of the security guards at rapid speeds before darting off. And this is information that was received through one of the witnesses that have approached me at Americans for Safe Aerospace.
Was this documented in any official form, whether it was a police blotter?
Yes, they had official documentation and records from the event that the witness held over the years.
And I'm not going to ask you to do it right now for time reasons, but you would be able to sketch what was witnessed, correct? And have you seen that before on any other equipment and/or during your flight time?
I have not seen what they've described. This
Yeah.
object was
Geometric
estimated to be
shapes.
almost the size of a football field, and I have not seen anything personally that large.
Okay, and then another question.
Ball field.
A square the size of a fucking football field? Holy shit. A placeholder, I mean, maybe. It kind of starts to sound that way, doesn't it? Yeah. That's fucking huge.
And I have not seen anything personally that large.
Okay, and then another question on follow-up referencing the gimbal video.
So I thought this is what they're talking about. I don't know the name. It's a UAP sighting in, I think, the 70s, where they described the same thing, only it arrived over the top of a missile base. So basically, I think it's pretty sure it's in the 70s. It arrived over the top of a missile base, and basically all the nukes went offline for like an hour.
Go fast
Let me
incident.
see if I can find it.
Can you just clarify?
This is different than what
because
he's
to our
talking about, though.
understanding,
The same
footage was
description.
actually cut off at a certain point, but what happens at the end of that video, just for those Americans specifically there that are wanting to know about the rest of that footage?
Certainly. There was some uncertainty or instability with the object. It seemed to rock a bit, and that's the last I had seen of the video. Much of the data that I would recommend be analyzed would consist of radar data that would provide precise kinematics on the object, as well as the fleet of objects that were operating nearby.
Okay, and follow-up in regards
Captain of the United States Air Force has revealed around a half a century ago, UFO allegedly took down weapons of a nuclear missile base he was working on. Speaking to National Geographic, the captain has alleged that the incident was concealed from the public, sharing the account. And the incident was nuclear missile base was allegedly attacked by a UFO. I mean, if it was attacked, it probably wouldn't be there. But retired U.S. Force Captain Robert Salas said the encounter took place 50 years ago on March 24th, 1967. He claims that the base was holding 10 nuclear missiles. Their guards on duty were left frightened, screaming, and babbling after the encounter. Speaking to National Geographic in series, on UFOs, Salas claimed that the United States government covered up the incident. The former Air Force captain, as per Express UK, was heading up the Maelstrom. He crawls sometime in the evening hours. I get a call from main guard upstairs. He tells me that there's strange lights flying up in the facility. His initial dismissal of the situation, kind of dismissed it at first. He said, like, you mean like UFOs? About 5 minutes later, he calls back and he's screaming. The situation became alarming. He led Salas to believe they were under attack. When I hung up the phone, I thought we were under attack, but who or what, I had no idea. We had bells and whistles going off in our control room. We could see the lights going from green to red all across the board, meaning the missiles were inoperable. He claims that despite a significant portion of the U.S. nuclear missile arsenal potentially being compromised, no investigation was conducted, and that his fellow officials were made to sign documents swearing them to secrecy. As per Salas, initially, a UFO investigation was launched on the incident. However, 3 years after the scary encounter, the U.S. Air Force shut down the UFO investigation, stating no reported sightings had ever been a threat. This is one I read about. They go into more description on what it actually is. I hate when they fucking use like sci-fi pictures of UFOs. This isn't what it looks like, and they just use it like to get clickbait. Not a fan of this, but this is actually an actual story. Not a fan of that.
the reporting procedures that Mr. Garcia had addressed on, as well as Representative Burchett. With the FAA, to your understanding, pilots that are seeing this, commercial airline pilots, are they receiving cease and desist letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety for potential airline passengers?
From the commercial?
Representative Burchett, with the FAA, to your understanding, pilots that are seeing this, commercial airline pilots, are they receiving cease and desist letters from corporations for coming forward with information in regards to safety?
From corporations? Government's one thing. Corporations too?
For potential airline passengers.
I have been made privy to conversations with commercial aviators who have received.
Maybe to stop,
So the American public
prevent
should
people
know that
from
corporations
flying.
are putting their own reputations on the not the line, but ahead of the safety of the American people. And I think, would you agree with that statement?
It appears so.
Okay. And I guess this would be my last. Oh, I'm out of time. I yield. I'll be back.
Good. Mr. Moskowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, let's talk about the laws of physics for a second.
Looks like a
Mr.
Moskowitz.
Graves and Commander Faber, I heard you talk about speed. When those objects broke the sound barrier, did they make a sonic boom?
I was in a jet. You can't hear anything. It's kind of loud in there.
Yeah, you're not able to actually personally tell within the vehicle. I will say the objects that we were seeing, they were spherical, and they were observed up to Mach 2, which is a very non-aerodynamic shape.
What about G-forces? Let's talk about G-forces of those vehicles. Could a human survive those G-forces with known technology today?
No.
Nope. Unless they're
Okay.
UAVs.
What about what they look like? How close did you get? Did you see a seam or a rivet
The robotic
or a section? And what I mean is, obviously, the jets you're flying have all those things. Did these objects have those?
Do you want to go, Ryan?
I didn't have the detail to be able to tell that.
So we got within a half mile at Tic Tac, which people say that's pretty far, but in airplanes, that's actually relatively close. No, it was perfectly white, smooth, no windows, although when we did take the original FLIR video that is out there, when you put it on a big screen, it actually had two little objects that came out of the bottom of it. But other than that, no windows, no seams, no nothing.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with
Garage.
direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself of non-human origin craft?
Yes, I personally interviewed those individuals.
Mr. Grush, as a result of your previous government work, have you met with people with direct knowledge or have direct knowledge yourself about ATs, advanced technologies that the U.S. government has?
Based on conventional advanced tech, I was briefed to the preponderance of the Defense Department's both space and aerospace compartmented programs, yeah.
Do you have knowledge or do you have reason to believe that there are programs in the advanced tech space that are unsanctioned?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say that they're above congressional oversight, what do you mean?
He actually has good questions.
Complicated question. So there's, some, I would call it
Some of the people up there kind of are bumbling around, but he's actually asking very pointed questions, which is good. Yes.
As an example, right? So 10 U.S. Code Section 119 discusses congressional oversight of SAPs, discusses the DepSecDef's ability to waive congressional reporting. However, the Gang of Eight is at least supposed to be notified if a waived or bigoted, unacknowledged SAP is created, and that's public law.
Well, so that how does, I don't want to cut you off, but
Yeah.
how does a program like that get funded?
I will give you generalities. I can get very specific in a closed session, but misappropriation of funds and
Does that mean
self-fund.
that there is money in the budget that is said to go to a program?
He said
that
self-fund.
doesn't, and it goes to something else?
How are they self-funding themselves?
Do you think U.S. corporations are overcharging for certain tech?
How do they self-fund? That's what I want to know. It's one thing if they're, appropriating taxpayer dollars, right? How are they self-funding? Are they selling stuff? What that? Please ask more about that. What was that?
Selling to the U.S. government, and that additional money is going to programs?
Correct, through something called IRAD.
Okay. Satellite imagery. Let's talk about satellite imagery. We have
IRAD.
satellites all over the place, some that we're aware
Independent
of,
Research
many
and
that
Development.
we're not aware of, right? We're taking pictures of everything at every point and second.
So maybe they make the technology and then they sell it back to the government from their research?
Mr. Grush, are you aware, do you have direct knowledge, or have you talked to people with direct knowledge that there are satellite imagery of these events?
That was one of my primary tasks at NGA, since we process, exploit, and disseminate that kind of information. I've seen multiple cases, some of which, to my understanding, and of course, I left NGA in April, so that's my information cutoff date. But I personally reviewed both what we call overhead collection and from other strategic and tactical platforms.
So I don't know if they're going to do it, but one thing I definitely would have asked these three guys is what they want people to know that they weren't asked about. So what these three guys personally knew that they wish Congress would ask them questions about, because Congress doesn't always know the right questions to ask, right? It's like a self question. What they themselves think Congress should know. And that could be a lot of different things, but has the most meaning to them. I don't think they're going to do it because most people in Congress are obviously there for themselves, but
I am aware that you guys have not seen these reports, unfortunately, and I don't know why.
Do you have direct knowledge, or you had spoken to people with direct knowledge that this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery?
I can't discuss that in an open session.
Okay. That this imagery applies to crash sites, crash imagery.
I can't discuss that in an open session.
Okay. Do you have any information that the U.S. government is involved in a disinformation campaign to deny the existence of certain UAPs?
I can't go beyond what I've already stated publicly in my News Nation interview because it touches other sensitivities.
Okay. I'll yield the balance of my time.
News Nation interview. I think we covered that.
Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Garouche, in your sworn testimony, you state that the United States government has retrieved supposedly extraterrestrial spacecraft and other UAP-related artifacts. You go so far as to state that the U.S. is in possession of, quote, non-human spacecraft, end quote, and that some of these artifacts have circulated with defense contractors. Several other former military and intelligence officials have come forward with similar allegations, albeit in non-public settings. However, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the director of AARO, previously testified before Congress that there has been, and I quote, no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity or of, quote, off-world technology brought to the attention of the office. To your knowledge, is that statement correct?
It's not accurate. I believe Dr. Kirkpatrick mentioned he had about 30 individuals that have come to Arrow thus far.
Last
A
week,
few of those
NASA
individuals have also come to Arrow that I also interviewed,
Okay.
and I know what they provided Dr. Kirkpatrick and their team.
Okay.
I was able to evaluate
Okay,
that
I
information.
need to go on.
Sure.
But my understanding that his statement is accurate, came from a direct quote. And this contradiction is a perfect example of why we need to inject transparency into our government. And for another example, look no further than the pitiful response to the Chinese spy balloon debacle earlier this year. You may remember the mass confusion that ensued when the balloon was first spotted over Montana, 4 days after it first entered U.S.
So she isn't actually asking them questions. She's just using the time to make a speech.
Grew into a continuous series of embarrassments. After news of the balloon reached the mainstream media, we were assured that the balloon posed no threat to our security. However, after the balloon was allowed to transit the entire continental United States, fighter jets were scrambled off the coast of South Carolina to shoot it down. This flip-flopping and obfuscation caused needless confusion, fear, and panic across the country. It's my hope, Mr. Chairman, that this sort of confusion will not be repeated. We should investigate the extent to which elements of our government possess or do not possess information that is of critical value to the American people. We owe it to the citizens of this nation to make sure that our government is transparent.
I was
and
on board with Grandma
We
until
must
she
make
started doing
sure
this.
that our government provides answers, and Congress must do its duty to solicit those answers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
So she basically didn't ask him anything. She just took time to make a speech. Okay, well, can't win them all, guys.
Yeah, Mr. Frost.
I mean, it's partially true,
Thank you,
but
Mr. Chairman. In
she could have said that
2022,
without,
NASA announced that
being
it was
here.
commissioning an independent study team to examine UAPs. The
Okay.
NASA team is comprised of scientists across different fields, as well as former
Grandma.
astronauts and pilots. In May, the independent study team held its first public meeting, which included the perspectives from NASA senior leaders, as well as perspectives from the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. The NASA study team is also expected to release its first report pretty soon, and I think it's safe to say that we all eagerly await its results. Mr. Graves, how might NASA's research influence the commercial industry regarding safety in UAP?
I think NASA has a big role to play as far as commercial aviation safety, and it's one of their original charges as an organization. One of the recommendations that have been put forward is to utilize their existing aviation safety reporting system to serve as a short-term fill and trusted platform for pilots that want to report on UAP. It also has built-in analytics capability and is funded by Congress.
Gotcha. And also, Mr. Graves, are there any other industries that may be influenced by the NASA research on UAPs? And if so, how so?
Well, I think there is a large swath of commercial capabilities that could be brought to bear on this topic, from space-based or ground-based sensor systems that are available open source or through commercial marketplaces.
So is this different than the normal AARO report to Congress? Because no one here is actually from AARO.
Promulgate this to the public sector so that we can have more open conversation about what we're seeing.
You know, in 2020, the Department of Defense released several videos of UAPs, including Mr. Freyr's experience.
I don't think this is.
U.S. Navy pilots that recorded footage. In 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary report on UAP events. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson stated that NASA would begin to investigate.
I think this is a special report.
In fact, I sit on Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and when we were doing a hearing with the NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, I asked, you know, why NASA needed to be fully funded, and there were many great reasons, but one of them was actually had to do with UAPs. He actually mentioned, you know, is there life out there? I don't know. And so either way, these actions ultimately led NASA to assemble the independent study team that I mentioned earlier. Also in 2021, Harvard University stood up the Galileo project to research and examine the origins of UAP. So it seems like both, you know, from NASA and in the higher education community, because of the work that y'all have done and people standing up, you know, I think we're seeing some of that stigma slowly going away. Mr. Freyr, do you believe that military pilots feeling empowered to share their UAP experiences has directly impacted the scientific community's research goals on this topic?
Sure.
I would say yes. I would say that, you know, starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now we're sitting here today for a public testimony on what's actually going on. You know, I'm hoping that this curve will be more of an exponential and we'll get more and more transparent to the level that we can.
Yeah, I mean, it's important. I couldn't imagine, you know, I'm not a pilot, but I used to fly gliders in Civil Air Patrol. Huh? Yeah.
Pilot?
I mean, you know. And so either way, I mean, I couldn't imagine, you know, being in the glider and seeing something, and then not feeling like I had the agency to talk about it. Mr. Graves, can you discuss the importance of seeking scientists to sit on your advisory board?
Absolutely. I think ultimately this is going to be a scientific problem. And not only that, it's also an engineering problem. I've been working with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics to help them stand up a UAP integration committee to help integrate their engineering prowess into this problem. And so, yes, very much, I think this is an engineering and scientific problem as much as a national security problem.
And how might Congress help to facilitate partnerships between the scientific community and the UAP focus groups within government?
Well, I think one of the things they can do is to have these types of hearings to communicate to the public that this is a topic of interest. I think that there is a pseudo-market, if you will, of interested capabilities and talent that want to approach this topic, and we're seeing that start to grow now. So I think continued conversation, reduction of stigma is going to allow that to flourish and allow answers to help generate themselves.
100%. Well, thank you all for being here, and thank you for your work. I think it's important that we keep our top scientific minds focused on this issue and look for ways to increase collaboration. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say I want to thank you for
Mike Guy,
having
please.
this hearing, and I want to thank Mr. Burchett, Ms. Luna for leading this hearing. And with that, I yield my 5 minutes to Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to
Coomer?
direct this
Oh,
away
my
to,
God.
Mr. Grush, but if any of you all feel like you need to jump in, just jump right in. We're good. Has the U.S. government become aware of actual evidence of extraterrestrial, otherwise unexplained forms of intelligence? And if so, when do you think this first occurred?
I like to use the term non-human. I don't like to denote origin. Keeps the aperture open, both scientifically.
Right.
Certainly, like I've discussed.
Things we don't understand versus aliens.
1930s.
Okay.
Is that AOC? I think it was. She decided to show up.
Direct
Must have had more views than normal for a congressional meeting. So, I believe at the beginning they said she wasn't going to show up, and then she did, which probably had something to do with the amount of views that this was getting, because AOC is very social media heavy, which is kind of funny in and of itself. But yeah, like I said, it's still politics, guys, and you can kind of see what's going on. We aren't watching this live, obviously. This is a video. But this is actually one of the few parts of Congress a lot of people are interested in.
Bases.
And it's kind of weird that she didn't understand that prior to the meeting happening. Maybe she got stuck in traffic. Kind of doubt it.
You know, and there's nothing there anymore anyway. It's just, you know, and we move like a glacier. And as soon as we announce it, I'm sure the moving vans would pull up, but please.
I can't discuss that publicly, but I did provide that information both to the Intel committees and the Inspector General.
And we could get that in the skiff if we were allowed to get in a skiff with you. Would that be probably what you would think?
Sure, if you had the appropriate accesses, yeah.
What special access programs cover this information, and how is it possible that they have evaded oversight for so long?
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly and how they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific tradecraft used.
All right. When do you think those programs began, and who authorized them?
I do know a lot of that information, but that's something I can't discuss publicly because of sensitivities.
All right. If any of y'all want
That's
to
unfortunate.
you're more than welcome to. What level of
But we're still
security
public,
clearance is
guys.
required to fully access these programs?
Well, anybody who has...
And I say that because myself, Representative Gates and Representative Luna were basically turned away at one point at Eglin. So please go right ahead.
Certainly difference between member access and say somebody like me, but anybody who has a TSSCI clearance and meets the eligibility criteria, the access adjudicative authority should be able to grant you access.
Mr. Burchett, if you'll yield, so just to put a fine point on that, there's nothing that you're aware of that's above special access program classification.
It's a misnomer that there's anything actually above top secret. Executive Order 13526 delineates the classification levels.
Right, but I draw a point on that because we can have access to those programs, and so the notion that we're not being given that access sort of defies our typical muscle memory here in Congress. Thank you, Mr. Burchett.
So he's saying that top secret clearance is the highest clearance, if you guys aren't getting that, but they aren't allowed access even though they have top secret access, if I'm understanding that properly. Yeah, which means there's a higher level of access and or they're just telling them no, which they can't do.
I'll go back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates.
He's trying to make that distinction, which actually is important for viewer, as a viewer, if you're watching.
Title 10 and Title 50 authorization, they seem to say they're inefficient. So who gets to decide this, in your opinion, in the past?
This is Congress. I keep pointing it out. That's important, guys.
Senior executive officials.
Okay, are they government officials?
Both in and out.
Do what?
Both in and out of government, and that's about as far as I can go there. Yeah.
All right, well, that leads to my next question. Which private corporations are directly involved in this program? How much taxpayer money has been invested in these programs, to your knowledge? I mean, we know we audit the Pentagon every year, and I've been here 5 years, and they failed the dadgum thing every year. They lose over $1 billion a year, we think, and I was told the Department of Defense maybe 60% of their assets are unaccounted for, whatever the heck that means. In the public sector, you go to jail for that kind of crap. So tell me.
Yeah, I know when I'm a dollar off of my DTS travel voucher, I get hammered, but it seems like it doesn't work the other way.
If you sell over $600 worth of stuff on eBay, now you get a call from the IRS. So please, what corporations?
Yeah, I don't know these specific metrics towards the end of your question. The specific corporations I did provide to the committees in specific divisions, and I spent 11 and a half hours with both Intel committees. So.
Okay, has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena? And if so, why?
I can't go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that. I can't go beyond what...
An active U.S. government disinformation campaign. Okay, has there been an active U.S. government disinformation campaign to deny the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena? And if so, why?
I can't go beyond what I've already espoused publicly about that.
Okay, I've been told to ask you what that what that is and how to get it in the record.
Which
What have you stated publicly in your interviews for the congressional record?
if you reference my News Nation interview and I talk about a multi-decade, campaign to disenfranchise public interest, basically.
Chairman, I've gone.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
apologize, Mr. Chairman. I yield back negative 21 seconds.
Thank you. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for coming here today. I do concur with the ranking member as well as several other members here on this committee that this is a committee for whistleblowers and for the protection of whistleblowers as well. So we understand what you're putting on the table here and what you're putting on the line here, and we thank you for that. Mr. Grush, you sat on the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomenon Task Force created in the 2020 NDAA, correct?
Yes.
There have been some things that have been mentioned here during this hearing that I wanted to pick up on. Mr. Graves, you mentioned specifically during the answers to one of your questions, you named Boeing contractors being engaged in an incident regarding this red cube about a football field wide. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit about the interaction, or Mr. Grush, either of you, the interactions between defense contractor companies and any UAP-related programs or activities.
So I'll just say that the information about the contractor themselves were provided by a witness, and I have no particular detail in that relationship.
Mr. Grush?
The kind of general unclassed wave tops, certainly the contractors, are the metal benders, so to speak. They're the ones actually doing specific performance on government contracts.
Are they required to issue any disclosure regarding UAP sightings, or do they engage in any reporting around this?
In terms of the contractors,
Yes.
not that I'm aware of.
They do not. Okay. Now, when it comes to notification that you had mentioned about IRAD programs, we have seen defense contractors abuse their contracts before through this committee. I have seen it personally, and I have also seen the notification requirements to Congress abused. I am wondering, one of the loopholes that we see in the law is that there is, at least from my vantage point, is that depending on what we're seeing, is that there are no actual definitions or requirements for notification. What methods of notification did you observe? Like when they say they notified Congress, how did they do that? Do you have insight into that?
For certain IRAD activities, I can only think of ones conventional in nature. Sometimes they flow through certain, I'll just say, SAP programs that have cognizant authority over the Air Force or something, and those are congressionally reported compartments, but IRAD is literally internal to the contractor, so as long as it's money, either profits, private investment, et cetera, they can do whatever they want.
To put a finer point on it, when there's a requirement for any agency or company to notify, or any agency to notify Congress, do they contact the chairman of a committee? Do they get them on the phone specifically? Is this through an email to hypothetically a dead email box?
A lot of it comes through what they call the PPR, Periodic Program Review process. If it's a SAP or Controlled Access Program Equity, and then those go to the specific committees, whether it be the SAS, CASC, HISI.
Thank you.
Alien mind control complete, guys.
My time is limited. Mr. Graves, one of your main concerns is that the FAA currently does not have an official process to receive reports of UAP from pilots or others, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, what data should the AERO program prioritize for potential collection? We have, location, date, time, but are there other specific characteristics that should be included in these reports?
Certainly. I think that there's two categories that would be important. One would be kinematics and understanding the specifics of how the vehicle or objects are moving. And the second would be a more zoomed out approach of being able to look at origin and destination before the incident, as well as getting a better contextual understanding of how these objects are interacting with each other.
Thank you. Now, because I only have a minute left, I apologize, we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
And I would say, and I've told people that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly where Mr. Grush can point you, then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grosh to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Biggs?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I'm over here. Thank you so much for being here. I want to get into specifics here, and a reason I'm going to go this way is because you've talked a bit about what I would call misdirection by official U.S. government with regard to UAPs, right? And so I'm going to get to that in a second, but last week White House NSC spokesman John Kirby stated that UAPs are having an impact on our training ranges and need to be treated as a legitimate issue. Do you concur with his statements? That's for each of you.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Maybe. Probably the moon. And I don't think they'd live on land. They live in the water.
To specific instances around the Phoenix Valley, because that's where I live. And in '97, we had the famous
Land is pretty well tracked, especially with satellites, unless you're covering it up. But water, there's almost no tracking in it.
That went along with that, and the explanation was military training range off Luke and the Barry Goldwater Range. Do you know anything different other than the official explanation of those lights?
Only what's in the public vernacular about it. That was outside the scope of my duties.
And if we wanted to, just my question along with my colleague from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, if we wanted to find out more about that, where would we go to find the files, and who would we address? And are you going to tell me we need to go to a SCIF so you can tell us in a SCIF?
I could potentially give you a vector on that. That specific case, I'm familiar with it in terms of public, but I give you a vector in a closed environment, yeah.
That would be good, thank you. So if it's true that UAPs are having an impact on training ranges, and this administration considers it to be a legitimate issue, what steps can Congress take to address training range impacts? And I say that having two very large training ranges in my state. And so we'll start with Mr. Graves and going down the panel.
Some of the initial procedures have been implemented, such as within the United States Navy, that have a range failure report that gathers information from pilots. I understand that a service-wide reporting mechanism is still pending. However, that would be a great next step, not only for gathering information, but for showing the troops that it is an acceptable topic and reducing the stigma.
Okay, please, I'll be continue.
Yeah, as a recipient of a lot of those training range reports, sometimes we only get contextual kind of oral reporting. It'd be nice if they attached all sensor data and there's a system in place that can handle multiple classifications of data.
Sounds like they don't want that to happen.
F-35, right? That jet was never built to be an ISR platform, and it's a pain in the, we'll just say, butt to get that data off. So, yeah.
Great.
ISR, I believe, is
I
information
would agree with the previous
information gathering.
user of those training ranges, that the data has to be out there. You have to acknowledge that you're seeing them, and then you have to collect the data. Right now, you get the report, someone says, I saw something, but no one collects the radar data to back it up and do research.
Okay. Do you believe that the 2019 classification guidelines for UAPs interferes with the federal government's ability to be transparent with the American people? And do you think we need to be more transparent with the American people? All of you, yeah.
I'll say yes to that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with at least the UAP Task Force 2019 Security Classification Guide. I think it's fair. I did actually help author that with the
you got a bias that way then.
But I will say, I'll call it a lazy attitude about declassifying videos. I mean, I've seen some of the videos of the recent shoot down, and I saw no reason that couldn't have been released as long as they mask some data. The American people deserve to see that imagery in full motion video.
Stuff you guys want to see, and you're like, they don't exist until I see it.
I will say, things are overclassified.
I think it's a bunch of people fumbling in the dark. I'm sure they have their own programs, but considering the U.S. is one of the few places where we can do something like this and the government just doesn't tell us to fuck off, it's probably a good thing. And it's probably one of the best bets for it. Does Russia have them? I'm sure they have their own version of whatever's going on in the U.S. Do they communicate with the U.S.? Probably not, but I believe we saw we read an interview, watched an interview earlier this year. I think it was from Gersh, where he mentioned, or someone else, where he mentioned that basically all the major governments have their own version of kind of cover-ups or top secret programs together, which makes sense. Everyone wants to get ahead, right? Which is kind of weird that we're spending billions of dollars on F-35s and F-22s when you have fucking things that are absolutely worlds apart from them. If the government actually has that sort of technological advance, why are we spending money on F-35s? Like, yeah, that means the future war is not going to be fought in any way, shape, or form with the bunch of shit we're jumping our GDP on. So why are we even bothering with it?
I know for a fact the video.
Lots of questions. Lots of motives that are questionable, that you're just wondering what's going on.
Off the East Coast, a buddy of mine was one of the senior people there, and he said they were originally classified at TSSCI. And my question to him was, what's TSSCI about these? They're an iPhone,
Right.
literally off the vacapes. That's not TSSCI. So they're overclassified, and as soon as they do that, they go in a vault, and then you all have to look for them.
Yeah, so with the overclassification, that may be one way. Are there other ways that the DoD or intelligence agencies are keeping this information from the American people or even from Congress?
Sell them? We don't even sell the F-22. We don't export the F-22.
It's not something that can be measured. It's not
We
something that's gonna be
export the F-35.
Very good. But I'm out of time, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
First of all, without objection, Representative Nick Langworthy of New York has waived on the subcommittee for purpose of.
I mean, the government is politics is complicated in and of itself.
And then we go to Mr. Burleson.
Sometimes it's just incompetence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you guys coming out today.
Their direction.
Look, I've been here for
F-22s we
6
can't
months,
export, even though they're
and I'm
better
pretty
than F-35. Depending on what they're doing, they're better than
skeptical. I don't trust anything
F-35s.
in this town, and so I think that's because I'm from Missouri. You've got to show me, right? With that being
There you guys
said,
go.
There's been a lot of things that have been said.
You identify with the Missouri guy.
in the public, Mr. Grush, and so I want to get down to, if we can, some specifics, right? So.
The auto subtitles have butchered his name basically every single time it's said. He was Mr. Crush here. He was Mr. Garage earlier.
At one point, you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
This is a good question, and as I mentioned before, this is why if aliens are more than likely here, whether or not they're organically here, so robots or UAVs versus actual organic presence, they're here in some form, but if they really wanted to fuck with us, they definitely could. So it's really a question of what they're doing here and, why they don't talk to us.
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured, and the activity...
Probably by accident.
By UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed.
I know it's a Debbie Downer, guys, but he has to abide by it because otherwise he goes to jail, as you said earlier. He just he is walking a fine line right now where he is talking to people and talking to public as much as he can. And I know it's a letdown, but at the same time, he doesn't want to, he's not going to go Snowden. He's just going to disappear.
Not to be very careful here, because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So,
well, you can hide anything in the ocean. It doesn't need to be a mothership. Why would it have to be huge? A mothership could be tiny. It doesn't mean, our understanding of technology is, does it need to be a carrier? Maybe.
I'd ask it since I had the same thought. You
Have to
said
be no.
that the U.S. has intact spacecraft. You said that the government has alien bodies or alien species. Have you seen the spacecraft?
I have to be careful
Well,
to
I mean,
describe what I've seen.
this is where I like cutting off things as far as understanding of what we have somewhat evidence of, or multiple people collaborating the story versus one guy that's talking about the pyramids or whatever. Because how or what, I mean, we barely understand that they're here. how they get here, is just okay, whatever at this point.
Firsthand and not in this environment, but I could answer that
Fly.
question behind closed doors.
And have you seen any of the bodies?
That's something I've not witnessed myself.
Okay. And so,
According to one of his reports, he said he while he didn't witness them himself, he talked to people that did.
so with that being said, and the other statement that has been made that was intriguing to me and it's intriguing because my view has been that we are billions of light years away from any other system.
That we know.
And the concept that an alien species that's technologically advanced enough to travel billions of light years gets here and somehow is incompetent enough to not survive Earth or crashes is something that I find a little bit far-fetched.
And they could blow us up.
With that being said,
If they
you
can
had
get here, they
mentioned
probably
that
can blow us
there's
up.
interdimensional potential.
Oh, is this what you're talking about?
I'll to answer your first question, and I'm here as a fact witness and expert, but I will give you a theoretical framework, at least to work off, to kind of espouse crashes, regardless of your level of sentience, right? Planes crash, cars crash, n number of sorties, however
And
high,
idiots
a small
crash.
percentage are going to end in mission failure, if you will.
Just because you have a highly advanced alien species, guys, doesn't mean there isn't a John Doe alien somewhere that accidentally doesn't drink his coffee and crashes his fucking ship. I mean, come on now. That's there was the Vegas crash earlier this year that possibly is a hoax, but possibly not a hoax at this point, which took off in the news in a couple different instances, and it honestly seemed like you had a family that literally crashed and they're waiting for Arrow to show up. Not Arrow, AA. So they're waiting for AAA to show up to pull them out. You can look that up, the Vegas crash earlier this year.
As we say in the Air Force.
Whether or not
And then in
hoax or
terms
not,
of,
still up in there.
Multidimensionality, that kind of thing. The framework that I'm familiar with, for example, is something called the holographic principle. It derives itself from general relativity and quantum mechanics, and that is, if you want to imagine a 3D object such as yourself casting a shadow onto a 2D surface, that's the holographic principle. So you can be projected, quasi-projected from higher dimensional space to lower dimensional. It's a scientific trope that you can actually cross, literally, as far as I understand, but there's probably guys with PhDs that we could probably argue about that.
But you have not seen any documentation that that's what's occurring.
Only a theoretical framework discussion. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Occam's razor is that these aircraft, have they been identified that they are being produced by domestic, military and contractors?
A good one.
Is there any evidence that that's what's being recovered?
Not to my knowledge, plus the recoveries predate a lot of our advanced programs that I previously am witting of, so.
Would it be safe to say that there could be a scenario today where you have an aircraft that crashes because it's been involved in one program from one federal agency, but the agency that retrieves it is not aware of that program, and to them it appears alien in origin?
I mean, that's a hypothetical situation I'm not aware of.
It retrieves it is not aware of that program, and to them it appears alien in origin.
I mean,
That's a mix-up in the government?
Situation. I'm not aware of any historical situation that would match that you described. So
You're not aware, it has not happened that you're aware of?
that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see.
Those are the big guys that are actually attempting to open up,
endeavor
basically,
and to observe a radar signature, as well as to meet with the
government's undertakings and UAPs and UFOs and stuff they might be covering up. There's other guys here that are just kind of showing up because this is starting to garner interest from the public, which it should. because I don't know how you can be a geek and not interested in real UFOs and UAPs, but I guess, hot tubs on Twitch and Kick, that's where it's at. But
flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially,
maybe.
we were
So
not.
I actually have a theory here is, kind of crackpot tinfoil hat theory here, guys. Just here we go. I've talked about it every single time this pops up. Is we're in one of two scenarios of why aliens do not talk to us. One is we are part of a alien wildlife refuge, of which basically we are protected status until we come of age. So, prime directive, you don't interfere with developing cultures or developing planets until they reach a certain age. My guess is it's fusion, but it could be fusion. It could be maybe faster than light travel. My guess is it's fusion, because that's basically what we need to go to space in any meaningful form, not fission. Fusion, different, combining the atom versus breaking the atom apart. The other one is we're on some sort of reality, wildlife reality television show where a giant corporate conglomerate owns our planet, and they're using us as like some sort of Truman Show. Yeah, and there's a giant betting pool on whether or not we will make it to space in a meaningful form or we'll blow ourselves up. I mean, depending on which, you have to have some sort of motive as to why they don't want to talk to us, right? Whether or not which one of those is true, I don't know. My guess is probably more along the lines of an alien wildlife refuge where they want us to organically develop first, right? Before we actually talk to them, and probably not just flip out if we see them or whatever. I mean, at this point, I think we were ready for aliens probably 30 years ago. I was ready for aliens 30 years ago. But whether or not we're there yet, we might be in hell. This isn't fucking hell. Dude, there's thousands of places that... This is worse than hell, please. Slane's just a nihilist. But yeah, just alien wildlife refuge.
Access to images and to observe any radar signature as long as in space, indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see.
We're AI in training. We could be training AI too, like we're just a fucking brain in a tank somewhere. Sometimes feels that way. I swear to God, I do stuff and then other people do it. Like it feels like a dissemination of information happens where other people start doing stuff that I do. Weird as this sounds, guys, it's been that way. I've been streaming for over a decade, and there's just weird stuff that just starts popping up that I've personally done and I haven't seen anyone else do. It starts gaining traction, but I mean, we have the internet. And
we were not afforded access to images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow of any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to
people in Congress. They're supposed to be able to do this, and they can't, which is, regardless of whether or not you think there's little green men, this is actually happening. Like, this stuff is happening. This is an event that happened to these guys.
Images and to radar. Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services.
This isn't one of the three witnesses. This is a guy in Congress.
Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years.
DARPA's what basically makes all the really cool shit for the most part, the really advanced programs.
Spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said. They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico. And when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace. Not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which...
Remember that little video I showed you guys? Remember that video? Where is that? Of the space guests? Let's I showed it earlier when they're talking about the description of these, and like multiple sources basically kind of like reaching kind of like the way they look, but it's not always the same thing. And obviously there could be multiple alien species here and you don't know, right? Different alien species probably have different ways of getting around. There could be different types of vehicles. We don't really know. Russia, space station visitors, UAP, space guests. Once again, it is still there it is. This is a guy that was on the International Space Station. He was recording the Aurora Borealis. You call them space guests because he has no idea what they are. Just right there. This is too high for Starlink. This is right around Starlink was launching, and like the overall program was launching, so the amount of Starlink satellites would be very minimal. This is too high for Starlink. And he's recording the Aurora Borealis. Keep him there for a little bit before they leave. I swear this video had him show up here more, but, you know, whatever. Notice how their descriptions are all very similar? In what he's describing, I mean, this is much higher up in space, but very similar in what they're describing. This was 2020, I believe. The rest of the video is actually just of the Aurora Borealis.
Which there is that day over the Gulf. When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said.
All meaningful questions. Then again, you also have you also have Titan, the submarine that visited the Titanic that didn't have an emergency distress beacon. So, like I said, aliens can be advanced as they want, but you have, you know, Herpalerp that's just at the fucking pilot council, and he crashes his spaceship. You know, he needs AA to come and save him. So,
on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico, and when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace. Not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation.
Exactly what I just showed you guys.
For which there is a radar sequence that I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb. Again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down. He said that his FLIR system malfunctioned.
So I'm this is actually matches what happened in Vegas, which we'll talk about here in a second after we get through this. We're stipulating a lot because this is very interesting because this is actually correlative with a lot of different things that are happening here.
He said that his radar went down. He said that his FLIR system malfunctioned and that he had to manually take this image
Polaroid
from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection as you would typically see in a test mission.
So, something to stipulate here, guys. People are like, oh, why don't you take a 1080p video? You know, everyone has a camera. A couple things to stipulate here, guys. We actually have active jamming. Not necessarily in the traditional sense, but there's different ways of basically causing people to freeze. So if you can imagine a stun gun, an alien species much more advanced than us obviously has a way of stunning us. So in the Vegas case, which is earlier this year, which once again might be a hoax, but maybe not, they described the guy, like the alien, when he was approaching the alien in this guy's backyard where supposedly the alien craft crashed. When they approached the craft in the guy's backyard, he froze. Like he looked at the alien looked at him, and he just froze. Whether or not this hoax or not, but this is the kid's testimony when he made a clip he posted to Twitter. He froze, and he said he couldn't move, like paralysis. He couldn't move for a couple minutes till the alien disappeared. We actually have stuff that can stun people. Not nearly like this, but what was it called? the active denial system, I believe is what it's called, which is basically they use it's a crowd control system in which they use microwave to fry your skin, and it makes you feel like you're on fire. You go, oh, that's not the same thing as stunning people, no shit. But it is the start of technology that is used to non-violently control crowds, right? So you can imagine that an advanced spaceship or an advanced species is capable of stunning us because, you use a tranq gun, you don't fucking vaporize people. Why would you do that, right? What's it called? Active denial systems, so you guys don't think I'm making up shit. Like, this was used, I believe, in Afghan. And it makes sense if you think about it, and you're like, oh, there's no way this exists. This actually does exist. Does it have the picture? Yeah, this guy here. It basically fries you with radiation and makes your skin feel like it's on fire. You don't actually get burned by it, but it makes it feel like your skin's on fire. And that's a pretty good deterrent. If you feel like you're on fire, that's a pretty good deterrent to stop you from doing whatever you're doing. So, well, you go, oh my God, there's no way. Why don't we just take 1080p video? Well, this is on a truck bed. And it's not something you can put in your pocket. It's not hard to imagine that an alien species that's maybe 500 or 1,000 years more advanced than us has a way to stun us. I mean, come on now. Let's be perfectly honest here. And while you can say that's a convenient excuse, it is, and I understand that. But we actually have the start of things like that, which is the ADS. Now, when it comes to things like optics, we have ways of frying cameras. If you guys didn't know, with radar, with dazzlers, you can actually either disrupt electronics or you can just literally fry them. With a strong enough laser, you can fry the optics because a chip on a camera can actually, like, it basically it's overloaded and can just, be burned out. That's the way it goes. Like with radar dazzlers or IR dazzlers, really, really strong lasers. So we kind of already have the start of that. Is it as fun and interesting as like something aliens have? No, but like we are already like, imagine we've come this far in maybe 20 years. Imagine where an alien species would be that's 1,000 years more advanced than us. I mean, come on now. And it makes a lot of sense that our crude equipment, like we're flying around here what looks like maybe biplanes to them, when they're flying around with F-22s or whatever, it looks like biplanes to them. Obviously there's ways of disrupting our basically sensors gathering metrics. I know, once again, it sounds convenient, but stuff like this actually logically makes a lot of sense because it does. And if you are any sort of alien species that's, once again, part of an alien wildlife refuge, where we're doing stuff that's maybe just taking photos and collecting data, you obviously don't want to harm the participants, but you need a way of protecting yourself too, right? So whether or not they're doing this for stealth or for their own personal safety, I don't know. But it actually, what he's suggesting, and which has been corroborated multiple times by multiple different stories throughout time, is that they kind of have a way of dealing with our crude, probably to them very crude sensors. And it's convenient. It goes, like this is Bigfoot footage sort of shit. You're like, oh, why don't you just have a better camera to record Bigfoot? Instead, you got the shaky footage, and Bigfoot obviously being a hoax. But the end result here is, it seems like when we do capture them, it is like they just fuck up. Is basically what it comes down to. Is they fuck up and or they don't care. So maybe it's a different species that it doesn't adhere to the NOAA guidelines or OSHA. They don't adhere to the OSHA guidelines for the wildlife prep. You employ the cheaper labor doesn't always do exactly what they're supposed to, right? So you have to understand that we're monkeys down here. People in space probably have different levels of intellect as well, right? It's not just all the same shit.
So I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this?
Yeah. I think I showed it on Stream Slains, so you probably saw it, which is where I'm pretty sure we did. Maybe I think I covered that. Yeah, it was really weird. And then they had like a little better video, but the weird thing was like they had on like body cams. People actually captured the footage of the alien, basically what looked like a alien crash, like a spaceship looked like a meteor hit, and someone's backyard. Like the weird thing was, people said it was a hoax, but then at the same time, the actual did a whole family have information ready and all their stories straight to make up a hoax on the spot of a meteor crashing in their backyard? I mean, come on now. What kind of luck is that? Oh, I guess people win the lottery, so maybe. But yeah, like it just like they had an IP cam for the backyard, as most people do now, right? You can purchase them off Amazon, and their footage of it basically it didn't record anything. But if we have ways right now of basically setting people's skin on fire without burning them, and like IR dazzlers to burn out like sensors on a camera, come on, they have the ability to hack an IP cam and shut it off. Please, like let's being logical here, it makes complete sense, and they probably can buy it off Wish.com, wherever they're from.
Craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number.
Also, this is actually probably one of the more interesting commentaries throughout here, which is personal testimony from this guy, which isn't even the guys they're interviewing.
I guess I'll start with Commander Fravor. How should we think about the fact that this craft that was approached by our pilot had the capability of disarming a number of the sensor and collection systems on that craft?
Well, I think this goes to that national security side, and you can go back through history of things showing up at certain areas and disabling our capabilities, which is...
By the way, I like that they're going through all three of them now and not actually just addressing a singular one, because they probably all three of them have different takes on what's happening.
disheartening. And for us, I mean, like I said, it completely disabled the radar on the aircraft when it tried to do it, and the only way we could see it is passively, which is how he got that image. So I think that's a concern on what are these doing, not only how do they operate, but their capabilities inside to do things like this.
And how should we think about four craft moving in a very clear formation, equidistant from one another, in a diamond? In all of the phenomenon, perhaps, Mr. Grave, that you've analyzed, have we ever seen multiple craft in a single formation?
I have one particular case, and that was during the gimbal incident. The recording on...
They're all really popular
shows
incidents.
a single object that rotates. You hear the pilots refer to a fleet of objects that is not visible on the FLIR system, and that was something that I witnessed...
FLIR is infrared once again.
As part of the radar data on the situational awareness page. I would like to add, however, Congressman, there's a small bit of anger, I would say. I would feel that those pilots are still facing that difficulty in reporting this topic, and they don't have the tools to be able to mitigate this issue. It just goes to show how serious this is and why this is such an important issue for our pilots and for our nation.
It was stated explicitly to me by these test pilots that...
This isn't so I'm going to keep stipulating this, guys. This is not a random YouTube video. These are people that work in the government that we are listening to right now.
If you have a UAP experience, the best thing you can do for your career is forget it and not tell anyone. Because any type of reporting, either above the surface or below the surface, does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. Mr. Chairman, I would observe that perhaps as we move forward from this hearing, there are some obvious next steps. Every person watching this knows that we need to meet with Mr. Grush in a secure, compartmentalized facility so that we can get fulsome answers that do not put him in jeopardy and that give us the information we need. Second, I would suggest that the radar images that were collected of this formation of craft out of Eglin Air Force Base, and specifically the actual image taken by the actual flight crew that we can actually validate, be provided to the committee, subpoenaed if necessary, so that we're able to track how to get this type of reporting and analysis done in a more fulsome way. That would be my recommendation, humbly, as a guest here of the Fine Oversight Committee. I yield back.
Ms. Mays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses who are testifying today. I want to thank each of you for being here to discuss a topic of grave importance to our national security. Earlier this year, a Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of my home state of South Carolina. Since the Roswell incident in 1947, many Americans have wondered about the dangers of unknown objects crisscrossing our skies. Whether these are UAPs or weather phenomena, advanced technology from American allied or enemy forces, or something more out of this world. So my first question, I have several questions, and if we can just be quick on these first two, I'm going to ask each of you the same question, and then I'll get to each of you individually. The first one, when you reported your experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No.
No. I've actually never seen anything personally, believe it or not. So.
All right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs? Yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes.
I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves.
This guy is fucking having his day here. It's like, so this guy, his story is from 20 years ago. These guys are more recent. This guy is like, holy shit, I'm talking about the thing I've always wanted to talk about, but no one took me seriously for the last 20 years. If you want a reaction there, yeah.
Thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate
question.
somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't.
Oh, maybe it's even higher than that. So 1 in 20 is reported. That's today. 1 in 20 is reported out of 20 sightings. Only 1 in 20 is reported. And they don't have, when they are reported, their stories are just completely all over the place because they don't get everyone in question. Like there's no committee or agency that deals with it immediately, because Arrow is just kind of doing whatever right now, and their objective is kind of questionable in of itself. There's a lot of people that seem to think that Arrow, which is the organization that's supposed to now collect all this data and present it to Congress and, you know, be transparent, present it to Congress and people, is actually kind of in and of itself kind of compromised. Like whatever entities or parts of the government that are more hush-hush are trying to keep them from talking about stuff, or maybe the lead of Arrow is compromised stuff. I don't really think so. I think they're kind of in the dark, like with ourselves. But like when it's actually reported, when the data is reported, they don't just include everything like they're talking about earlier. They don't take all the photos. They don't get all the testimonies. Yeah, they don't collect all the data. So there's, yeah, you know, George just goes out and takes care of the airplane and flushes the radar data because no one decided to collect it, and you're just like, yeah, I mean, come on, man. Did you really need to do that?
Report seeing UAPs.
That's just my personal estimate.
Pilots. What percentage of UAP sightings
1 in
are
20
reported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based
This is
off
like when I talk about cheating guys and talk about like 25% of people being, you know, cheaters at like high MMR games. 30% is actually estimated by AnyBrain, which is AI anti-cheat. And I suggested it was around 20%, now 25. And you're just like, it seems unbelievable, but it also seems like that's the way things are.
my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs.
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
That's weird. So they took it seriously. They just didn't really record anything or keep the data.
Favor, as an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws?
Okay, so just so you guys know, let's see, government, UAP sightings, just so, there's actually a Wikipedia article for this. There's a lot more coverage now. This is actually turning into something that's good. Like quarterly, we've covered the quarterly UAP reports probably since they started, and the amount of like websites reporting on it has definitely grown, which is good. Let's see, UFO sightings, Wikipedia. Actually, one with no. It's actually pretty cool. UAPs, wiki. The article. Tic Tac, UFO, Wikipedia. Pentagon UFO videos. Here we go. Gimbo, flare, go fast. So this is what they're actually referencing right now. And then there's some potential explanations. You know, everyone likes to throw it out. This says Tic Tac. I think maybe one of these is Tic Tac, which is the guy that basically filmed it. UAP Tic Tac video. Here we go. I think this is actually one of them. Let's see. They call it something else. Maybe go fast. Tic Tac. Video. Here we go. With infrared. Doesn't have sound. That's unfortunate. Wikipedia, I don't understand. Wikipedia's been around forever and their videos still suck. Actually, video? Sound. I don't know why it doesn't have any sound. So this is the guy that, I believe, one of the aircrafts. I don't know if this guy here that recorded it, but he's in one of the aircrafts. I think there's two. Why is it just static? They scrubbed the sound? They scrubbed the sound, guys? Let's see.
The U.S. intelligence community.
No. Second. All trending again. There's one where they actually have the commentary from the pilots when they catch it. There we go. Apparently they decided to add music to this one.
Fighter pilots from the USS Nimitz flying Super Hornets encountered an aerial object that was described as 40 feet long and shaped like a tic-tac. The object flying a random pattern, appearing at 80,000 feet, and then dove to 20,000 feet at incredible speed. The radar controller at the nearby USS Princeton was able to follow the alien aircraft for a few minutes before disappearing.
That's it. There is definitely Bigfoot alien, I see. So this is where you start getting into the crazy parts of YouTube. That's actual footage from the military. What this channel is, no idea, but you know, whatever. This is where you start you gotta separate stuff. Was there sound? It's loud as fuck if it's an aircraft. No, the pilots talking. Their sound, the pilots were communicating with the... This is only part of it too. Like there's more to that clip apparently that's been lost in the annals of time, the annals of time, the non-anal of time. Yeah.
Of physics.
Good. How are you
The
doing?
Tic Tac UAP moved in your favor. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen
Are you just looking? Is that just a ban? Or are you just ban baiting?
Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
So it's important for you guys to actually watch that to know what I'm talking about. These videos have been around for a long time. Hey, Edwin. Yeah, we aren't actually playing games. As it turns out, people don't actually want to watch games. So.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to...
A lot of the encounters are just like near air bases, like they're just like kind of looking at what's going on and like fucking around with us. Like, like in Top Gun where you have like buzzing the air tower. It kind of feels that way sometimes.
Multi-million-dollar jets without informing...
I mean, this isn't really React Andy. This is a 2.5-hour long stint from Congress. So, yeah, I mean, you could call me a React Andy, but, you know, there aren't probably many people that are streaming the congressional UAP reports or watch them.
No, we have test ranges for that.
Yeah, no shit.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent...
this isn't fake. This is a hearing at Congress, so...
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file. Never got reported.
in a drawer. It happens a lot up here. Shocker. Mr. Gresh, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government, of the 5% that are reported?
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage. So,
do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national
Which
security
event? Who
apparatus
staged
have
it?
unlawfully
What's going on?
withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
there are certain elected leaders that had.
I mean, so the weird thing is here, you're probably coming in here going, wow, this guy's discussing aliens. He's probably some sort of crackpot theorist sort of thing. This is actually a hearing in Congress right now that happened earlier today.
Information that
I'm
not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of 8 members or etc.
Like I said, this is kind of weird that we live in a day and age of geeks, guys, where people are like, oh my god, sci-fi, fantasy, they play the latest games, and they literally aren't interested in real life aliens. Like, how is that actually a thing? How is this a thing?
I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is
Okay.
in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Experience and extensive conversations with experts. Do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
So he can't talk about, because classified information, he can't talk about the government having a line of communication with aliens. That's something interesting. That means he has information, but he can't talk about it. And publicly, he can't talk about it.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
He keeps referencing this review, but we haven't actually looked at it.
Human or non-human?
I don't know why he keeps referencing it instead of actually talking about it. That's kind of weird because it almost seems like a plug for the website, where he keeps mentioning this instead of actually just talking about it in front of Congress, which is where he is right now. He keeps talking about his interview instead, where we're supposed to go take a look at his interview as like homework, instead of him being here in front of Congress, supposed to be talking about it. That's striking me as kind of weird.
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program. Biologics came.
Crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha.
So, by the way, while it seems like it's a cop-out, he actually has to religiously abide by classified criteria where he can't reveal stuff to the public, otherwise he becomes a Snowden. He has to leave the country or he goes to jail. So it might seem like a cop-out because he's saying I have to talk to you in a skiff. He can actually talk about this, he just can't talk about it in front of the public. So my guess is, and hopefully they will go into a back room and have an orgy of information, and whatever comes from that will be interesting in and of itself. But it might seem like a cop-out, like, nah, this guy's just hiding stuff. He can tell it to these guys, he can't tell it to us, is what it turns into. And as it turns out, the people on the committee, the Congress here, is actually more on our side than whoever's hiding it. So you got to take a win where you can. So.
Okay. So, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff.
You think monkeys are flying highly advanced spacecraft? I mean, they could be. They sent monkeys to our planet because they don't want to come here. So, I mean, we are monkeys anyways.
The next hearing that we have, but who
yeah, some people that know what's going on are like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But if you are a viewer, it's actually important to look at things from the way that a normal person will look at this stuff, right? Because it makes sense from a military standpoint, but from your average Joe standpoint, he's like, what are they doing? Is he just making stuff up? He doesn't have a story? One of those things, and it's not necessarily the case. And, well, you might go, well, that's just a convenient excuse, right? Just like we were talking about earlier with an active denial system. So while we might not have stun guns, as far as we know, I mean, we do have tranks. While we might not have a stun gun, we have a way to set people's skin on fire without it actually being on fire as a way to control them. So, it might sound kind of far-fetched because we just don't know everything, as it turns out.
Government either.
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha. Okay. So, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next hearing that we have. But
oh, they're going to have a good old skiff.
What agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting? And you probably can't name names, but what agencies
Not yet.
or organizations?
I mean, if they have a skiff, what does a skiff even mean? If they have a skiff, guys, I mean, they could have names that they then bring in. That'd be actually be interesting, is if they actually start putting corporations on trial for hiding information about aliens. A shallow, flat-bottomed open boat with a sharp bow. That's not what they mean. A flurry or a light covering of snow. I think auto-translate is... messing it up. No, sensitive compartmented information facility. SCIF, CSCIF. SCIF, guys.
Contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether
Miss
it's
Mace is a
funding,
MILF? Yeah, she is.
are happening?
A couple of, I mean, you can totally tell why some of these people get elected. Let's be perfectly honest here. Someone somewhere is like, oh my God, I'm voting for that. They define biologics, I believe at the beginning, Gersh said he doesn't like to refer to them as aliens. He likes referring to them as what is just non-human. Just non-humans. Because it leaves a broad term open. They said it at the beginning. This is 2 hours long, guys. We watched the whole thing, basically. But, yeah.
A specific cooperative and hostile witness list.
Yeah, I mean, but the actual what the actual name is, what the actual name means.
Who should be called into the next hearing about?
Oh, they're coming for you, Lockheed. They're fucking coming for you. Hopefully, they're coming for you. Yeah. So this is quarterly, guys. This is what we keep up with this every quarterly. And I don't think this is a special hearing. I don't think this is actually the Arrow briefing. I think the Arrow briefing is going to happen later on. Arrow is the actual agency that will show some information that they've collected in the last couple months. Once again, whether or not they're actually doing stuff that they're supposed to be doing remains to be seen, and maybe they are, maybe they aren't. The agency is new. As with everything in the government, it kind of moves slow until it moves really fast, and then it moves really slow again. But I don't think this is actually the Arrow briefing. I think that's later on, which hasn't happened yet.
UAPs, either in a public setting or even in a private setting, and you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals.
He can give a hostile witness list. So people that are definitely in their best interest going to cover it. That's pretty good. This is why this is big, and this is why this guy here is actually kind of a big deal, guys. Because he actually has names. He has names, numbers, and addresses. Whether or not there's going to be someone there answering the phone remains to be seen. But he actually has what could actually turn into... This is a really big deal. This might not be to you, but if you're a geek, guys, you should be really interested in this shit. This is like, I don't want to say like Area 51 and aliens built the pyramids, but we might actually, in our lifetime, we might actually find out something of meaning, and maybe we won't have to go to Mars on a SpaceX rocket. Instead, we can ride a Tic Tac. That'd be fucking phenomenal. But what we'd actually do with the ability to space travel, I don't know. Actually, we'd probably start mining stuff. But either way, as it turns out right now, like this is a big deal. It's really weird. As I mentioned earlier, the big sad part of all of this is if we have some highly advanced technology and like some part of our government is hoarding it for whatever reason. Like if they're hoarding it, what are they doing with it, right? Like what is their motive to just hoard the information, just hoard it for themselves? They're part of the government, they're part of our country, assumedly they're human, so why wouldn't they just, tell everyone, right? Why wouldn't they just allow the government? Instead, we are spending billions of dollars to make F-35s and F-22s, trillions of dollars, F-22s, and maintain our stockpiles and nuclear weapons that probably don't even fucking do anything anymore with advanced technology that probably explode, or could be shut down, or like tanks, everything we have. Our military budget is fucking huge. And if we have technology that can immediately just obsolete a lot of it, why do we even spend money on it? What is the point? It's a disservice to humanity and to our country and to everyone living in it. And that's putting aside like stuff that can help you in your day-to-day life or help you get around, that can prevent crashes and tragedies and help with global warming. Who fucking knows? But why they're keeping it, like the idea of having like this kind of technology that just exists and we can't access it because the government, assumedly this isn't the aliens doing it, maybe it is the aliens doing it, but like the government that has it just wants to hoard it in case like what alien attacks with their hidden alien technology, and then we have to come back at them with our alien technology. Like, is it an InfoWar sort of thing? Yeah. Well, you don't know. You can make up all sorts of things. Someone else in chat was saying something very, very similar earlier. Why is my chat desynced? Like, we don't know how we get there. We can just make up all sorts of things, all sorts of reasons as to why they got here, and we don't know yet. Why would you want to leave Earth? Exploration. Why did we go to a new continent? Back in the olden days, exploration, adventure, it's like part of being human. Just, how people have like, what is it called? Cabin fever? Just, you kind of just want to go out and go places and do things. Yeah, but you don't know. You don't know how they get here. They don't know how, if they're hiding, maybe the far side of the moon, who knows? All sorts of questions, but you can't really answer them. This is just the beginning. This is the stuff that we can kind of put a target on compared to aliens building the pyramids or whatever. Oh, my tangent I was going to say earlier, guys. The tangent I was going to say earlier where I was talking about, kind of being part of an alien wildlife refuge. The idea that one of the reasons they might not have contacted us is because, like, Prime Directive, where they don't interfere till we reach a milestone, right? Alien Wildlife Refuge is... So, my possibly is that they're here, and they interfere with our culture in a positive way. So, like, in ways that will actually help us through an event, like maybe Albert Einstein was an alien. Like, some people that are just kind of so far outside the ordinary, they actually aren't human. And maybe it's actually like the kind of shape. If you are alien, whatever, archaeologist, what are they called? Xenobiologist or something, someone that's taking care of a burning alien civilization, like you probably want to give them a couple things along. You don't want to give them everything. You just want to kind of direct them in the right way and maybe record data along the way, right? So maybe some of our bigger advancements, like with silicone, so tech computers, right? Guys, this 50 years ago, imagine this. This is literally in my hand. I have a computer in my fucking hand. I know most people are like, well, whatever, but this is actually a huge technological breakthrough. This little device here is a huge technological breakthrough. And, silicone, programming, radio waves, there's all sorts of really big kind of breakthroughs that kind of just came out of nowhere. Like electricity, right? Kind of a big deal. Tinfoil hat is growing. I mean, that makes sense from a logical standpoint is what I'm looking at it from, is a logical, motivational standpoint as to why things haven't happened. Because if there's aliens that can travel across solar systems, they probably know we're here. We're like sitting here with our fucking blinking Christmas lights on. I mean, everyone probably knows we're here, right? If you're anyone, it's just why they don't want to talk to us. If you're anyone that has any sort of interstellar capabilities, they probably know we're here. It's just why they don't want to say hi. Right? What is stopping them from saying hi? Just, hey, how's it going, neighbor, sort of thing. Oh, you want some laser beams to kill each other? Here, have some, I was actually talking about that earlier, Cosmic, is we might have some sort of resource that we're being mined for some sort of resource, right? And that could be a lot of different things. Something we probably take for granted that we don't even know that we do. That's the other thing, is where we could possibly, a third option is being mined for something. What we're being mined for is probably not what's in the planet. It's probably something unique to the human civilization, right? Something unique that we can do. Maybe saliva, I don't know, bacteria. It could be we're putting out some sort of weird wavelengths. Maybe they like watching the Kardashians. Who knows? But it's something weird that's keeping other aliens, keeping other aliens away from us. Water, I don't think water's actually that uncommon. Our ability to find water seems to be relatively minimal. It is true that a lot of planets don't have water, but they're even found out Mars used to have water at this point, like with core drilling samples. So.
And how soon can we get that list?
I don't know. That's our human life needs water no matter where we are. Whether or not alien life needs water, who knows?
So you have the hearing.
Super, thank you.
Oh my! Ooh! Oh! Mr. Gersh is giving Miss Milf, or excuse me, Miss Mace the eyes. They're gonna have a nice skiff, guys. Oh my God.
What's out there?
Okay, so I was talking over the top of all this.
Who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs?
Lockheed, whatever.
In a public
I don't know.
setting or even in a
Lockheed.
private setting, and you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors,
Someone's
et
adjusting
cetera,
my
would
brain
need to
control
call
device.
in
Hang on,
to
guys.
Questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there.
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Super, thank you, and I yield.
So, Miss Mace is yielding her time. No. But actually, like, it's important, as I mentioned earlier, to note that he actually has names and he has addresses and he has everything they're looking for. He can't just publicly give it. So. She was asking him earlier.
Oh, yeah,
you missed that part if you weren't here. She, I think she was one of the first people to start off. She had some pretty good questions. Some of these guys, you can totally tell, like, the people that are kind of sucking on the teat of something that's starting to grow in popularity in terms of politics. So, like, who's up here, and they're just here because it's a nice hand wave sort of ordeal. And then people that are, like, lifers that are here, this is, like, their life work is just getting to this point.
Very much. I'd like to thank all of the witnesses for being here today.
I also need to take a piss.
Unique topic. And I'd like to jump right into my questions, if you don't mind. Commander Fravor, can you briefly describe your background?
I don't know. She actually looks like the interesting thing here, guys, is in our day and age of politics, where everything is extremely polarized, you have people here that are Democratic and Republican, kind of on the same page, and that's endearing. As someone that likes the idea of positive human life, and everything right now seems to be a war of politics, it's actually kind of cool that you can see cases like this that will bring people together. And that's actually one of the cool things about spaceflight. And in general, it seems to be, like Slane was asking earlier, why would you care? Would you do anything anyways? It actually seems to be something that kind of unites people, is the idea of adventure and going places and being productive, having something more in your life. It used to be religion. We've kind of outgrown religion. I mean, there's still people that are religious. There's definitely people that are spiritual. But in terms of something where we live our life to, for a higher power, so we can go to heaven or hell or whatever you believe in, right? Your afterlife. We've kind of outgrown that with science, and as such, now a lot of people look for purpose in their life, and they don't always find it. And politics have kind of become purpose, and good or bad, and to the point at which people now adhere to churches of Church of Democracy, Church of Republicancy, Church of the Republic. Just kind of different. But yeah.
Naval Academy graduate, Navy, flew for 18 years.
Yeah, lots of younger Congress people. I mean, some people here are, like I said, this guy right here, he's waited 20 years to be here. He looks so fucking happy. To be perfectly honest, it looks like what he was talking about finally is getting taken seriously. He's probably laughed out of rooms. He's just fucking happy to be here.
And I've worked in the private sector for the last, Naval Academy graduate, Navy, flew for 18 years.
Unique topic. And I'd like to jump right into my questions, if you don't mind. Commander Fravor, can you briefly describe your background?
Yeah, I was an enlisted Marine, Naval Academy graduate.
By the way, this is why this is so important, is because these guys actually have credibility. This is not just random YouTube fodder, someone trying to clickbait you. Like, these guys spent their lives doing other things, and they're here right now in front of us, so. It's actually, like I said, it's actually really weird that more of streamers don't cover this. It's actually big.
Floating Tic Tac video that you engaged with.
Showed it to you guys earlier.
November 14th, 2004. Can you briefly talk about why you were off the coast of San Diego that day?
Yeah, we were at a workup with all the battle groups, so we integrate the ships with the carrier, the air wing with the carrier, and we start working. So we were doing an air-to-air defense to hone not only our skills, but those of the USS Princeton when they had been tracking them for 2 weeks. The problem was that there was never manned aircraft airborne when they were tracking them, and this was the first day, and unfortunately, we were the ones airborne and went and saw it.
Do you remember the weather that day? Was it cloudy or windy or anything out of the ordinary on the Pacific coast?
It was actually, if you're familiar with San Diego, it was a perfect day, light winds, no white caps, clear skies, not a cloud. It was, for flying, it was the best.
Now, is it true that you saw, in your words, a 40-foot flying tic-tac shaped object?
Tic-tac.
That's correct. Or for some people that can't know what a tic-tac is, it's a giant flying propane tank.
Fair enough. Did this object come up on radar or interfere with your radar or the USS Princeton?
The Princeton tracked it, the Nimitz tracked it, the E-2 tracked it. We never saw it on our radars. Our fire control radars never picked it up. The other airplane that took the video did get it on a radar. As soon as it tried to lock it, it jammed the radar, spit the lock, and he rapidly switched over to the targeting pod, which you can do in the F-18.
From what you saw that day and what you've seen on video, did you see any source of propulsion from the flying object, including on any potential thermal scans from your aircraft?
No, there's none. There's no IR plume coming out, and Chad, who took the video, went through all the...
Burning rockets is probably pretty mundane in terms of space travel.
In your career, have you
Monkeys are still burning rockets, guys. Yeah, give them a couple decades.
Can you describe how the aircraft maneuvered?
By the way, kind of another segue here. This kind of gets onto space travel and space flight in general, just reality space flight, not UFOs, UAPs. If you guys know how nuclear energy works, in order for us to generate power with nuclear energy, fission, because we don't really do fusion in a net positive way, fusion obviously being where we want to go, right? In order to generate energy with fission, we make steam. So we get something really hot, we get a nuclear reactor really hot, it generates energy through steam, which we then power turbines. We do not extract power from the nuclear reaction. Yeah, which is why we don't generally have nuclear-powered space vehicles, like, flying around, because we can't figure out how, besides like an ion sail, which is basically a giant sail that uses the little radiation that comes off of the nuclear reactor to make it move, which is cool, but it takes decades to actually get moving. Putting that aside, and that's not theoretical, that's actually something that can happen. That's actually, I guess, it's still theoretical because they haven't built one, right? Putting that aside, we don't have a way to take nuclear power, so direct energy, and turn it into something that moves us. We don't have the ability to do that. We have to go through another process, such as converting to steam, like very, very crude, right? That's weird, and that's a lot of people don't realize it. A lot of people think we take nuclear energy and we just turn it into power, like nuclear powered submarines. No, we actually use it to turn turbines through steam, and yeah, that just kind of shows. There's probably a stepping stone there somewhere we haven't figured it out yet, but that's where we are right now, and why we still use rockets, fossil fuels, consumables.
Very determinate.
There's some step we're missing.
It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
So, what he's suggesting, by the way, is something you can't really appreciate if you don't fly airplanes or if you don't really know anything about them. He obviously flies airplanes. Like the closest thing we have is some like aerobatic airplanes. If you've ever seen them, I've gone to EAA, for instance. Next one's coming up, Experimental Aircraft Association, where all the really cool shit happens. They have stuntmen and stuff like that. And if you actually see like F-35s, they sometimes have an F-35 or two up there just doing maneuvers and stuff to show off for a night show, which is actually really fucking cool. They abide generally by physics, and they can only do so much. And even some of the really, really fucking fast airplanes can't do any of this stuff. And even if you could, in the airplane itself, like we had the technology to make the airplane do that, the person inside would literally just black out and turn into a pizza or whatever.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
Now, was the
Where we're going, we
aircraft
don't
that
need
you were
no
flying,
wings.
Was it armed?
No, never felt threatened at all.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Performance that we just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
So, what's important here, guys, and the whole reason this is being taken seriously by Congress and why the United States cares about it, guys, why does the United States care? It's the elephant in the room, but for a viewer and for someone, you know, that's like, this is kind of like duh sort of moment, which is why everyone laughed about it, is the fact that we have a huge difference in technology. So if this is China flying around in Tic Tacs, right, which very likely is not, if this is China flying around in Tic Tacs, there's a problem, right? Because he was like talking earlier when he was accounting his testimony where he said the object left and in 1 second it moves 60 miles, no, 1 minute it moves 60 miles away, which is what, 60 miles per minute? What would that even be? Like, I don't even know how fast rockets fly. Let's see. Calculator. That's why does Windows always makes my calculator big? Let's see. Like, what, 300? It's not 360. Was it a minute? That would be actually too short, wouldn't it? That'd be like 360 miles an hour, which wouldn't be that fast. Instantaneous. You said it, or maybe it was a second. It was a minute, a second. So it was like instantaneously, like in a completely different spot compared to him. That wouldn't actually be that fast. So 60 miles in a minute wouldn't actually be that far.
Is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the earth?
No, actually, like I said earlier, it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
Well, either the United States has an adversary here in this world that we don't know, or we really have some serious investigations to do. I really appreciate you being here. Is there anything
by the way,
else about the November 14, 2004?
By the way, as I mentioned before, it's actually really important pointing this out to anyone that's watching to kind of put in perspective, like how much it matters.
Is it that you think is important for this committee to know that you haven't been asked here today?
No, you know, it's been said it's probably the most credible UFO sighting in history based on all the sensors that we're tracking it, and then for us to get visual and to go against the naysayers that it's something on the screen or whatever. I mean, there's 4 sets of human eyeballs. We're all very credible. Of the 6 of us that were...
So the F-18s, there's 2 of them. They're flying duos. So one of them was a co-pilot and a pilot, or gunner, or whatever it's called, and a pilot. So there's 4 people that saw this exact same thing, which is why this is really credible. This isn't just this guy. This is just the one guy that's here. I think the other person is Alex something. The chick she occasionally does interviews, who also I think was there.
Involved in the thing, including the video. Every one of us is going to do 20-plus years in the military in very responsible positions. So I'd say the world needs to know that. It's not a joke.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony here today for all of you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
That's really what kind of sets that apart. Is it's just not one pilot; it was 4 pilots, and I think they had a 60 Minutes interview where all 4 of them were there, or 3 of them were there. 3 of the 4 were there. Yeah, that's what kind of adds a lot of credibility to what's going on. And they're in 2 different aircrafts. It's not the same aircraft, so you then immediately have 2 different perspectives at the same time that are looking at the same thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and the courage it took to come forward and again, the sacrifice that each of you have made. I serve on the National Security Subcommittee for the Financial Services Committee, so I really want to stay in the national security lane, if I may. So when we think about traditional adversaries and both the national security. Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here and the courage it took to come forward and again, the sacrifice that each of you have made. I serve on the National Security Subcommittee for the Financial Services Committee, so I really want to stay in the national security lane, if I may.
So as I was looking at this, I think the dislikes on this video are from people that are like, no, they didn't actually give enough information. It would actually be hard to watch this video and dislike it. I was looking at that earlier. I think that's actually just people that are like, they're hiding the truth. Why don't they give us more information, sort of thing?
So when we think about traditional adversaries and both us towards them and them towards us, you know, we probe their capabilities,
Ooh.
we look for weaknesses, and we collect that data, that reconnaissance for...
So probably talking about why they're messing around with our military bases.
For each of you, yes or no question. Based off of your own experience or the data that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs could be essentially collecting reconnaissance information? Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Mr. Grush?
Fair assessment, yeah.
Mr. Fravor?
Very possible.
Again, in the national security vein, is it possible that these UAPs would be probing our capabilities? Yes or no, Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Grush?
Yes.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
Yes.
Possible.
Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs...
So, what's important here to realize is he's coming at things from the hard-hitting national security standpoint of, does this pose a threat to our country? So, while everyone else is like, you know, maybe aliens sort of thing, he's looking at it like, hey, can these guys blow us up, and what are they doing?
Provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States. Mr. Graves? Experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States. Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
So, notice how their answers are changing. I'd expect this to be a maybe. Yeah, because then it's like, if they're probing us, they definitely, if they're here, they definitely could blow up our fucking shitty aircraft.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Same answer, potentially.
Yeah, I'd say definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor.
Yeah, so everyone there said maybe because they don't really know. So that's also really important, is the intent of what the aircraft are doing, and yeah.
And that your encounters had become hostile. Would you have had the capability to defend yourself, your crew, your aircraft?
Absolutely not.
Sir?
No.
Is based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
I don't think they give two shits about our nuclear arms. I don't think, like, that's the big bad in the room, right, guys? Yeah, the nukes, the all-powerful nuclear arms, I don't think, honestly, it matters to them. Like, I mentioned before, like, it's kind of, they probably don't look at it this way because it's hard to assume that the U.S. is no threat, right? But if you are literally, you have monkeys in a zoo playing with sticks, and they throw a stick at you, are you going to really feel threatened? Not really. And probably it's one of those things where if you can relate sometimes to the animals you are keeping in the zoo, maybe not animal, but wildlife refuge, some of these could actually just be like showing off, like showmanship sort of thing, but maybe not. It doesn't really feel an awful lot like they're collecting data on us either, because they could, but they flew here, right? They flew here, they hide from us, they can see what we're doing, they don't need to be there in person. We have satellites in space, guys, that take pictures of license plates, you know, no meme sort of like level of exposure. If we can do that, they don't need to be there in an aircraft. They choose to be there in an aircraft. So, like, you have to look at this from a psychology standpoint, is if they are choosing to be there, why are they there? They aren't there because they can't fucking see our aircraft. They can definitely see our aircraft. So why are they there? It's probably maybe play, showmanship, maybe just hanging out, one of those things, because it doesn't really feel like we are definitely not a threat to them, so they don't really probably even need to be there, to be perfectly honest. They're choosing to be there, and it could be a tour. It could actually be like I mentioned before, Alien Wildlife Refuge. It could be the tour of the most advanced aircraft on Earth, or the F-18s. Let's go take a picture of them, right? Because then it kind of tourism makes sense as well. But as far as like these guys aren't looking at it that way because these guys are used to being at the top of their game. They're like, we're in the military. The U.S. can go, yeah, fuck yeah, sort of shit, right? Yes, people are going to check us out, but in actuality, if they can fly here, they can hide from us, they can stun us, they can turn off our radar and sensors. Do they really need to fly next to our aircraft? Not really. So, yeah, they don't need fucking nuclear arms. I like we talked about this earlier with the nuclear missile base incident. What was it called? I don't have it up anymore, but basically they turned off all the nuclear arms at a launch site for like an hour or something like that in 1969. Maybe that was testing out whether or not they could disable our arms, but as far as this goes now, this doesn't feel that way. This feels more playful, or maybe, whatever's going on sort of shit. Maybe they're testing on whether or not we can find them. That'd actually be kind of interesting. Is you put out the toy and see whether or not we can find them. So maybe it is gauging our optics, but not as actually in terms of our ability to fight back, but in terms of our advancement. So like maybe live action gauging our advancement because they know that we aren't advanced, but how unadvanced are we, or how far along are we, right? So once again, if you're looking at this from an Alien Wildlife Refuge, from a Prime Directive standpoint, it is more of, how far along are we? And we're probably filling some sort of bar somewhere, whether or not they can contact us, maybe, whether or not they contact us, but it doesn't really have a whole lot to do with, can they fight back? Are we posing a threat sort of thing? Yeah, why? Well, that's why I said there's like two possibilities why they don't talk to us. One is we're part of an Alien Wildlife Refuge. Prime Directive is you don't interfere. Star Trek, you don't interfere with developing spacefaring civilizations until they come of age, which I think is developing warp flight in Star Trek. That's too far. I highly doubt that's the baseline. It's probably because of how close we are of discovering them. It's probably more along the lines of fusion, as I mentioned, not fission, fusion. Probably along the lines of fusion, which we are definitely getting a lot closer to over the last 5 years or so. Insanely close. And you go, yeah, there's a lot of advancements that have happened in the last 5 years. But the other one is maybe it is the government that's telling them not to talk to us. It's possible. Not exactly sure. Another one is it's a game show, which is we are the contestants on will our planet explode? Will we explode our planet prior to us reaching space? Becoming a spacefaring civilization. And that's possible too. And then obviously if you interfere with the betting pool, that's going to raise a lot of eyebrows. So if people are betting money on it, obviously you don't want to have things rigged. Yeah, the Prime Directive. Yeah. I mean, a lot of things in sci-fi was like Star Trek did the cell phone, right? I mean, just kind of a lot of sci-fi follows like logical hypotheticals, if you can go with that. So that's why I look at this in kind of like a logical hypothetical manner. Is why they aren't talking to us. What are they doing? The three guys up there are like, yeah, they're totally checking us out, man. No, they're probably just like out on a driving Miss Daisy sort of occasion, and they want to go see the F-18s fly around or something like that. I don't think they, like, if they're here, they don't need to worry about our sticks we're throwing at them. But maybe they do. I kind of doubt it though. But yeah, I don't think like that's kind of weird because all three of these guys, assumedly, they've been up here for a while. They spent a lot of their life talking about this stuff and looking at it, but they still don't really have kind of the direction that I just mentioned. Not the guys up on the Congress, but rather the three guys they're interviewing right now. They don't really have the direction, which is we're kind of, we're the monkeys in the zoo. Well, we have monkeys in zoos.
Mr. Graves?
Yes.
Rush?
Yes.
Fravor?
Definitely.
Is it possible that these UAPs are testing for vulnerabilities in our current systems?
Yes.
They thought yes, but I don't think so. Possible. Yeah, so the last guy, that's the guy in the F-18. So this guy had first account. These other guys I don't believe had any first account. This guy saw what they could do, and he's like, so he's probably more in line with, yeah, no, they probably could have blown us up if they wanted to. Why did they fucking need to see what our ships can do, or airplanes can do?
Did Do you feel, based off of your experience and the information that you've been privy to, that these UAPs provide an existential threat to the national security of the United States? Mr. Graves?
Potentially.
Yes, sir, potentially.
Same answer, potentially.
Yeah, I'd say
Fravor.
definitely, potentially.
Mr. Graves and Fravor, in the event that your encounters had become hostile, would you have had the capability to defend
Went too far
yourself,
back.
your crew, your aircraft?
Absolutely not.
Sir?
No.
Is based off of the information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are interested in our nuclear technology and capabilities?
Yes.
No fucking way.
By
No
external
way.
observation.
Like, let's be honest here, guys. This would turn out like Independence Day is if they show up. We throw a nuke at them and they're like, hey, look, it's a nuke. Oh, that's cute. Like fucking throwing napalm on their tank or something.
Sure, that could be a fair assessment.
Yes.
It seems like the nukes are the big bad in the room, It's like the crown jewel of the weapons arsenals and nuclear arms, right? And it's probably not.
Indication the Department of Energy is involved in UAP data collection and housing.
The Department of Energy?
I can't confirm or deny that in a public setting.
And could you do it in a secure setting?
Yes.
Mr. Fravor?
No, I don't.
He can say no to stuff. He can't say yes to stuff. So this is important. Here. Look at the look on his face. This is an important distinction here, guys, is he can't confirm things because then it leads to the scenario in which they exist. I believe he can deny them, though, because if he says no, that's just... Look at all these angry guys in the background here. What is this? What is this? What's going on here? Holy shit, look at the peanut gallery in the background. Look at these guys. That is some brooding. Wow. What is going on here? Look at the guys in the background, guys. It looks honestly like, if I didn't know better, it looks like these are like handlers or something sitting here. Like these guys know something. I mean, obviously he knows something. Let's get back to this though, but look at the people in the background. Like, I haven't been paying attention. Look at this guy. I haven't been paying attention to this. I mean, some of these obviously look like enthusiasts. But these guys in front here, like, this guy's like staring the fucking guy down. Look at that shit. I don't know who these guys are. They all look like they have a mission to be here. That's interesting in and of itself. I didn't even notice the peanut gallery. How long have they been doing this entire time? I don't think they've done this like overall shot of these guys. Like, look at her. She's like, yeah, what are you gonna fucking say, bitch? He's like, you better say what I told you to say. I'm fucking staring you down. You're gonna get electrocuted if I don't fucking get the answer I want. Yeah, these guys are all doing... Hey, this is the head guy. This is a guy that's ready to execute them all. He has like fucking tattoos and shit and nice, really nice watch. What's going on here? What is even happening in the background? What is going on here, guys? Like, look at all these guys. This is weird. This guy's weird too, but he's also looks like this guy's contemplating what's going on. Like all five of these guys. Look at this. Also, this looks like that one actor. What's his name? Negan? Is it Negan I'm thinking of? I think it's Negan from, Walking Dead. So the interesting thing here is, guys, I'm pretty sure he can say no. So the interesting takeaway here is he can say no because that's not confirming anything, right? He can say no because it didn't happen. He can't say yes. So the interesting thing here is I think they can ask him yes/no questions, but he can't actually say yes to stuff because that's confidential, right? But these guys in the background, what is going on there?
I don't have an answer.
I can't confirm or deny that in public. By external observation, sure, that could be a fair assessment, yeah.
Yes.
Question again. The information that you've been privy to, is there any indication that these UAPs are
Energy.
in our nuclear technology and capability?
Sure, that could be a...
Of energy is in.
Yes.
Is there any indication that the Department of Energy
Why would the Department of Energy be involved? What is this? Why would the Department of Energy, of all things, be involved in this? And it looks like they are, because look at the way Grush addresses this. Department of Energy, that's a really weird pick. Out of all the branches of the government, they picked the Department of Energy?
Is involved in UAP data collection and housing?
I don't have an answer.
UAP data collection and housing. Department of Energy.
I can't confirm or deny that in a public setting.
I guess he does say he can't deny it, but I'm pretty sure he could answer no to that. And I guess the answer he has to give is, I can't confirm or deny it. So then he isn't put in place to say he can't confirm and deny it. But it honestly looks like that's a yes to me. And like the way this is worded makes it sound like a yes. But it could also, he's not confirming or denying it, so maybe it's a no. Or maybe it's a yes. I'm pretty sure this is a yes, though. Department of Energy, of all the picks, guys, of all the picks you could pick in the government, you would go with the Department of Energy, not CIA, not FBI, not Homeland Security, the Department of Energy. What? Why? What?
Could you do it in a secure setting?
Yes.
You actually had to think about that.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm the last member to go, but there clearly is a
Mr.
threat to
Oogles.
national security
Oh, Mr. Oogles is oogling here.
of America. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to maintain oversight and be aware of these activities so that, if appropriate, we take action. I would encourage the chairman to demand that we have any and all, but in particular Mr. Grush, talk to us in a skiff. And if that access
with
is
Ms.
denied,
Mace? Ooh.
I will personally volunteer to initiate the Holman Rule against any personnel or any program or any agency that denies access to Congress. Mr. Chairman, with that, I will...
They're trying to whip out the big guns, guys. This isn't, they aren't playing around anymore. That's pretty good.
yield the remainder of my time to my fellow colleague from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ogles, for the great questions, brother. Mr. Grush, I might have asked this before, but I want to make sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly...
The guy with tattoos was friends with all three of the speakers. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Can you ask this before, Mr. Ogles, for the great questions,
Mr.
brother.
Oogles. He's oogling.
Grush, I might have asked this before, but I want to make sure. Do you have any personal knowledge of someone who's possibly been injured working on legacy UAP reverse engineering?
Yes.
Okay. How were they injured? Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidents as well.
So Havana syndrome, guys, if you don't know, which is something that they're still discussing right now, Havana syndrome, if you don't understand or don't know, is the idea that they're using Russia or China are using basically ways of disrupting the way you think with magnetic waves. So microwave, I think it's really, really, really low microwave, so it's not going to fry you, but it basically makes you crazy over the course of months. And it's a topic of discussion in which the government really kind of doesn't confirm or deny it because they don't really understand what's going on. So what they're talking about with Havana syndrome is basically a way of disrupting the way you think or your person, disrupt your person in your brain. They use this on, and supposedly possibly use this on embassies in other countries to disrupt the way they think and operate. It's not the same thing as brain control, but it's a way of basically just making you a derp. So it just makes it so you can't think straight or operate properly.
Is it something like a radioactive type situation or something we didn't understand? I've heard people talk about Havana syndrome type incidents. What was your recollection of that?
I can't get into specifics, but you could imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't.
By the way, if I knew this was a guy that's friends with all three of them, I would have watched him more throughout here, because it looks like he's doing like a head bob thing, like he's agreeing with what the guy's saying. I would have actually watched this guy more if I knew he was associated with all three of these guys. But apparently he's not part of the people that are being observed here.
Can't fully prepare for.
Of that.
I can't get into specifics, but you could imagine assessing an unknown unknown. There's a lot of potentialities you can't fully prepare for.
How do you think we ought to handle
Yep.
UAP whistleblower complaints like yours in the future?
Yeah, there was some issue with mine. So, PPD 19 process, it goes to the Intel committees, either through PPD 19 or ICD 120. There's not a good way for the Intelligence Community Inspector General to provide that to other committees. And I asked my information to be sent to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee because there are Title X equities at play, but there was no smooth process.
So, one thing to understand here, guys, is he's very mum about what he can and can't divulge in the public and what he can and can't divulge in private, because he's walking a fine line between going to jail, and he's talking about the process right now of being able to be a whistleblower. So this is actually important, too, in the government. Whistleblower keeps things transparent. It keeps part of our government from just going, this is actually really important to both sides, Democratic, Republican. It's important for how our government acts and interacts with itself, because it keeps it true. Because other parts of the government can perform checks and balances in order to make sure that it's operating within the bounds that they are, so we don't get like some sort of weird-ass fucking cult that just takes over the government. Because that's not a good thing, right? And that's why it's important to have whistleblowers. Whistleblowers are very important, and why he's discussing right now, and why maybe the less interesting part of this, but how whistleblowers can actively divulge their information without going to jail for their entire life or never being heard from again.
Yeah.
That's a trash can. Are you aware of any individuals that are participating in reverse engineering programs for non-terrestrial craft?
Personally, yes. Mm-hmm.
That's the good one. Like I said, he actually knows people that's apparently seen the bodies and works with the technology. He's a namer. It's actually kind of weird he hasn't disappeared. The takeaway here, guys, is why this actually kind of seems like this might just be an uncovering where they're slowly leaking out information. You know how Apple launches a product, right? They leak out information. Oops, there's a leak, right? One of those things. They don't really do it anymore because Apple's just kind of a cult at this point, and most people know it. But they used to do it with iPhones where they leak out little things about it. But it kind of seems more and more like they're leaking out little things because they want us to know. It's kind of what's getting. I don't know who they are, mind you, but this guy seems like someone. He's very pivotal in what's going on here. That guy just had a story, and he had a first-hand account along with all the 4 other pilots, but who's really going to believe him? That's why he's just kind of been on the sideline for the last 20 years. This guy knows names, knows companies, knows corporations, knows addresses, knows phone numbers, but he hasn't disappeared. That's just kind of the weird thing.
You know any that would be willing to testify if there were protections for them?
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get administratively punished for so. Yeah.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
For protections for them.
Certainly closed door and assurances that breaking their NDA, they're not going to get administratively punished for so. Yeah.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to do something a little bit out of the ordinary here. We're going to give 3 people a chance at an additional 3 minutes. So Mr. Burchett, do you want to?
I have to take a piss so bad, guys.
Why don't you come back to me, Mr. Chairman? Ms. Luna, is she on that list?
Sure.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article by
Free
News
time?
Nation,
Oh my
and it
God.
follows
They're really
Mr.
interested in what's
Rush's
going on here.
interview for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Sure.
Chairman, I'd like to submit
So
for
she
the
spoke
record
earlier.
an article by News Nation, and it follows Mr. Grush's.
And by the way, I believe News Nation is a very right-leaning website, but just keep in mind, guys, stuff that they're talking about right now is every side. You shouldn't stereotype this stuff because of wherever it is. It's space. I mean, we're so close to the end. Actually, I think there's like 20 minutes left. I do have to take a piss, guys. I'm going to get a water and take a piss. I'll be right back in 1 second. Oh, that was so good, guys. Oh my god, I've had to pee for the last hour. Oh, jeez. I wasn't aware that there was actually an article from News Nation, which I think maybe we'll cover tomorrow. I'm not going to go into that tonight. There's also I believe the actual Arrow UAP report, because they have to do it quarterly. That is, I thought that was this, but apparently they aren't talking here, so we might bring that up again. Whenever that happens, we're going to cover that, so that's a little bit different than what's going on here right now. That happens quarterly now since Arrow was introduced, and we cover it quarterly. That's not what's going on here now. This is a special interview in front of Congress.
Sure.
Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record an article by News Nation, and it follows Mr. Grush's full interview for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grush, why is it that you refer to the phenomenon as non-human intelligence? Why deviate from the basis of extraterrestrial life?
I think the phenomenon is very complex, and I like to leave an open mind analytically
Said this earlier.
specific origin.
When you say specific origin, are you referring, can you elaborate on that for those that might not?
If it's a traditional extraterrestrial origin or something else that we don't quite understand from either a biological or astrophysics perspective, I just like to keep an open mind on what it could be,
Okay, and referring to your News Nation interview, you had referenced specific treaties between governments. Article 3 of the Nuclear Arms Treaty with Russia identifies UAPs. It specifically mentions them. To your knowledge, are there safety measures in place with foreign governments or other superpowers to avoid an escalatory situation in the event that a UAP malevolent event occurs?
Yeah.
So if we launch nukes at UAPs, other people will launch nukes at UAPs? What?
Foreign governments or other superpowers to avoid an escalatory situation in the event that a UAP malevolent event occurs.
Malevolent being an enemy. They become an enemy?
Yeah, you're referring to actual public treaty in the UN Register. It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, the Agreement on Measures to Reduce the Risk of Outbreak of Nuclear War signed in 1971. Unclassified treaty, publicly available. And if you cite the George Washington University National Security Archives, you will find the declassified in 2013 specific provisions in the specific red line flash message traffic with the specific codes pursuant to Article 3 and Article also.
This guy fucking knows shit. He's just like citing random stuff? What the fuck?
Situation 2, which is in the previously classified specific provisions in the specific red line flash message traffic with the specific codes pursuant to Article 3 and Article also Situation 2, which is in the previously classified NSA archive. What I would recommend, and I tried to get access, but I got a wall of silence at the White House, was those specific incidents when those message traffic was used. I think some scholarship on that would open the door to a further investigation using those publicly available information.
Thank you. And then my last question.
So he gave a very specific answer because it's been declassified. There's a lot of shit that's been declassified, guys. Whether or not people can have taken time to look through it, the government's fucking huge. It's just kind of like a zebra, just in the pack of zebras, right? You don't notice the alien zebra because it just looks like a zebra, right? And that's actually kind of, I think she had to ask a very particular question. This is why it's actually important to ask these people what they want Congress to look for, right? They're asking very particular, Congress is asking very particular questions, but asking them questions that they want them to know, like things they want them to know. It seems like that was like one of them, right?
With 51 seconds remaining. You mentioned white-collar crimes potentially being taking place in regards to a cover-up. Can you please elaborate?
I have concerns based on the interviews I conducted under my official duties of potential violations of the federal acquisition regulations, the FAR.
Thank you very much. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Raskin for 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I thank the witnesses for their endurance and service today. Mr. Fravor, you've described your episode in detail now, and you call it the most credible UFO sighting in history. But I wonder, was this the first time that you encountered a UFO or a UAP in 2004?
Yes.
And what was your general attitude?
This is the guy that 4 people saw it.
Perspective on the UFO discussion before that happened?
I never felt that we were alone with all the planets out there, but I wasn't a UFO person. I wasn't watching History Channel.
In 2004, the History Channel was not about aliens. That was something relatively new. 2004, they're still showing war documentaries. The History Channel became not history probably in 2010 or late 2000s. Prior to that, they were actually showing documentaries still.
And have you had experiences or encounters since that happened?
No.
And
would you like to have encounters again?
Have you formed any general conclusions about what you think you experienced then?
Yes, I think what we experienced was, like I said, well beyond the material science and the capabilities that we had at the time, that we have currently, or that we're going to have in the next 10 to 20 years.
20 years?
Mr. Brush,
that's pretty
you've
lofty.
been able to answer in great detail on certain questions, and then other things you say you're not.
What does he know? What does he know, guys?
Can you just explain where you're drawing the line? What's the basis for that?
Yeah, based on my DOPSR security review and what they've determined that is unclassified.
I see. So you're answering any questions that just call upon your knowledge of unclassified questions, but anything that relates to classified matters you're not commenting on in this context.
In an open session, but happy to participate in a closed session at the right level, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Graves, you've said that there are dozens of fellow pilots, military pilots. Are there also commercial pilots who've encountered the same kind of sightings that you described before?
They are similar. Commercial pilots have less range and less sensors to be able to reach out and look for objects over a wide
And view, like they're when you're in an airplane, they aren't really designed for you to have an overall view for dogfighting. A commercial airliner doesn't really have that sort of overview.
And so pilots are seeing them, commercial pilots are seeing them, and they're typically closer, and the range of what they're seeing is pretty large.
What is the most vivid, concrete sighting with the naked eye of the objects that you described before, the cube-like objects?
Certainly. I think the most vivid sighting of that would have been near midair that we had at the entrance to our working area. One of these objects was completely stationary at the exact entrance to our working areas, not only geographically but also at altitude. So it was right where all the jets are going, essentially on the eastern seaboard. The 2 aircraft flew within about 50 feet of the object, and that was a very close visual sighting.
And you were in one of the aircraft?
I was not. I was there when the pilot landed. He canceled the mission after, and I was there. He was in the ready room with all his gear on, with his mouth open, and I asked him what the problem was, and he said he almost hit one of those darn things.
He said he was 50 feet away from it?
Yes, sir.
And his description of the object was consistent with the description you gave us before?
A dark gray or...
That's a pretty close call. I mean, one of them said that they're actually briefing pilots on how to avoid them or something like that.
Black cube inside of a clear sphere.
Inside of a clear sphere?
Yes.
And with no self-evident propulsion system?
No wings, no IR energy coming off of the vehicle.
Infrared.
Tethering it to the ground. And that was primarily what we were experiencing out there.
Maybe they're balloons.
Thank you very much for your service, and I yield back to Mr. Chairman.
Very good, Mr. Burchett.
Like the bread?
Chairman, this is for all three of y'all, starting with Mr. Graves. Why did you come forward on this issue?
I came forward because I felt that my colleagues did not have a way to mitigate this safety threat, and I wanted to help them. I was trained as an aviation safety officer by the Navy, and this seemed, it just felt right. I felt like I had to help the folks that were still flying and dealing with this.
Mr. Grush?
Purely a sense of duty. My first sworn oath when I was a cadet 18 years ago, and I still uphold that even out of uniform.
Commander?
I was pestered by a friend, and I asked why, and he said, "You're the one person that they can't discredit, and you'll add credibility to the New York Times article." And so after about 6 times, I said, "Okay."
He got socially bullied into being here. Wow. I mean, the fact that his friend could do that to them and that he has enough balls to do what he's doing right now, that's a pretty big deal.
This town isn't made, unfortunately, by people like y'all. We thank y'all. And I do want to also thank the people in the audience and the people that are watching this that can't be, people all over the world that have kept this issue alive. You've endured criticism and derogatory remarks, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. And so God bless y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Why you guys got to tell people about it. This happens quarterly. Well, this is actually a special interview.
Y'all keep clapping as politicians just keep talking. So let me ask y'all, how can the public contribute to UAP reporting, and what avenues you think are available to the public to report these sightings?
None.
Right now, I don't think there is
YouTube.
a lot of public options.
Fucking YouTube. Come on, YouTube. Oh, jeez. Yeah, by the way, that's sarcasm, because almost anything on YouTube immediately loses its credibility. This is on YouTube, but I mean, this is from the fucking government, so, I mean, this is a hearing that happened today. Yesterday.
We may be able to report on this. I think even for professionals that have sensor data that are seeing these on a regular basis, they're still hesitant to come forward. And so for the general public, I think encouraging the conversations that we're having today, looking for technology solutions that can be distributed so that objective data can be gathered is the first place to go.
Mr. Rush?
I'll just touch on the whistleblower side of it. I do encourage, current and former military, intelligence community, and industry contractors to come forward in a legal way, either through the IC or DD.
Yeah, we want to encourage crime. Dude, he must be walking like a super tight line.
Join me in this discussion.
Or at least it feels that way. It might be one of these things where people are letting him be here, and I mean that not because he legally can be here, but rather because they probably could just make him disappear. And probably already thought about making him disappear. This is like I said, almost all of this, these two guys have credibility in of themselves, but not that much. Everything hinges on this guy. That doesn't take much to see that. So if this guy disappeared like a year ago, we wouldn't be where we currently are right now. Maybe we would, possibly with Arrow, but in terms of this hearing right now, we would not be here. This is the big guy that came forward, the whistleblower that came forward. That's actually a really big deal. And like I said, I'm pretty sure he could have just disappeared and no one really would have noticed. So
I guess I should say this for the record. My daddy was United States Marine Corps, 1st Marine Division. So,
Hoorah.
Yes, sir. He was old school. Him and Chesty Puller on Peleliu. So thank you,
wow.
brother.
Wow.
Yes, sir. I'm not anything like my daddy. He was incredible. I'm very mediocre to say the least. But go ahead.
You seem to be doing fine.
Yeah.
For me, I was an accident investigator, so the biggest thing that you learn, and I think that witnesses need to do is, one, don't try and make the fish bigger than it was. Stick to the facts.
Yeah.
Write it down, and don't speculate what you think it is because it will sway your decision. Just write the facts down. We can get all the facts together, and we can start to investigate and get a real honest story instead of it was this big.
Thank you all, and I want to thank everybody. We made history today.
That's the important part. Like I said, there's like no agency. There's no agency to group take all this stuff in and like congeal it, which kind of sucks.
Let's
go on with the subtitles.
For being here with us today. I know that it takes a lot of courage. You're telling really important information to this committee, and I just want to thank you also for all three of you, your service to our country. I also wanted to note that today's hearing was both important, but also...
By the way, that's why that one guy, the pilot, what's his name? The guy on the right, that's why his story is so credible, is because there were 4 people that, him included, were 4 people that corroborated the story basically immediately because they all saw it at exactly the same moment. That's why his testimony is so important and why what happened to him is so important. Wait, I can move the subtitle button? What? No way. Wow.
Serious, and I want to thank our subcommittee chairman, Mr. Groffman, I think for running a very fair and substantive hearing. I do want to thank the committee
Oh,
staff
that's important.
on both sides for the amount of work that it took to put this hearing in place, and certainly to all the members that have been involved in this issue prior to the hearing. I also want to note for our witnesses and for the public that I'm a freshman member of Congress, and I've only been here for 7 months.
They haven't gotten to me yet.
Bipartisan conversation and discussion that I've seen.
That's exactly what I fucking said, guys. This is incredible, where you have people on both sides that are basically at each other's throats that are kind of working towards a similar goal right now. Kind of, you know, it brings a tear to your eye. It brings a tear to your eye that we can still do things and work together on stuff.
In Congress, and I think that a topic of this significance as it relates to our national security, as it relates to information that we're trying to gather for
Give her the box now.
the American public, does bring people together, and I think that's been really great to see. I think it's also important to note for the public, today in our hearing, we had on our side also both our full ranking member, which is Mr. Raskin, and our vice ranking member, which is Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, both here at our hearing. I think it shows the importance and seriousness that our side of the aisle is taking to this important hearing, but also to the broader issue as it relates to working with our Republican counterparts on this committee. I want to additionally add that I think, and I encourage, I think it's really important that we have and continue these discussions and these hearings. Clearly, there's a lot of information that we don't know, but it's also very clear that we have to continue our investigation and accountability on asking the right questions and ensuring that they're part of the public record. One thing that was important today is some folks might wonder, why are we asking questions that might already be out there or that have been asked before? It's important that they're asked and put into the public record as it relates to this committee. And so I want to thank you for, answering some questions multiple times, not just in maybe meetings you had with some members, but also here in the public. Let me also just add an additional note that it's important also that our friends in the media and those that are not just reporting on this hearing, but that have reported on this topic and that may in the future, the media has an important role in this process. And it's very important that the media engages, does independent investigation, and reports on not just what happened today, but what they see independently as what is happening around UAPs in the broader community. That is also an important public benefit that we have in trying to get the information and the facts as it relates to this. Let me also just say finally that as a teacher and an educator and a longtime teacher and researcher, that I also really believe in following facts, in doing your homework, and in making sure that you follow science as we try to get as most information as possible. And so I want to thank you all for agreeing to do that today. Transparency is a cornerstone of government. We live in a vast galaxy, a lot of unanswered questions, and thank you all for being here today. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'd like to one more time thank Mr. Burchett and Ms. Luna for bringing this to our attention. It's a topic that has interested me since I was in school. It was a very illuminating hearing. Obviously, I think several of us are going to look forward to getting some answers in a more confidential setting.
In a skiff.
I assume some legislation will come out of this. Sure.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I need to compliment the folks in my office that did a lot of the work on this. Rachel and Noah sitting behind me here. They're very quiet and humble, but if without them, this thing would not have come off like it did, so I apologize.
Thank you. I think we're going to want to look into what we can do to make more of this information public. I think there's certainly a time period after which it should always be made public, and people have been concerned about these issues, like I said, since I was in high school. But in any event, I'd like to thank everybody who was here.
He's a geek, guys.
Through the entire hearing. Without objection, the members will have 5 legislative days to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
He swung his little gavel, guys. Isn't it funny? The government releases stuff that literally looks like it's put on a PowerPoint presentation. Yep. That's pretty good. I didn't expect to watch the whole thing. It is well worth watching if you just got here, guys. We covered the whole thing. It's 2 hours long, 2.5 hours long. My stream's been longer than that, with additional commentary. We are not going to cover the stuff from, was this News Nation, I think it is? Yeah, News Nation. Maybe we'll take a look at that tomorrow. So a couple things of interest here. Obviously, we covered a lot in the video itself. But a couple things that are of interest here is they might revisit this hearing. If you heard there at the end, they're in, what, a couple days? They might revisit this hearing again. There's the UAP this report, which is not what this is, I believe. There's the UAP report that's coming out, I don't know when, actually. It's supposed to be quarterly, and it's past June. You know, it's supposed to be at the end of June, and here we are at the end of July. So maybe it's going to be at the beginning of this month. Maybe it'll be next month. I don't know. Beginning of this coming month. Well, I asked UAP whistleblower point blank if he's in fear for his life, and he said yes. There's a lot of interesting stuff coming out here. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. In overtime here, guys. Just for you guys. This is special. Normally we play Gamaz, but we aren't Gamazing right now. After government kept information, yeah, there's a lot of really interesting nuggets here. Mainly is that Gersh has a lot of information he's willing to divulge to people in Congress if they have the right clearance levels, which means we might even get more out of this. Excuse me. UFO is a threat to America? No. They could have already been a threat to us if they wanted to be perfectly honest. That's why they talked about this little weird part here where the guy from National Security Administration was asking him hard-hitting questions, and he's like, yeah, they care about our nuclear arms. I don't think they do. Yeah, monkey throws a stick at you, you're like, oh, that's cute. You know, a monkey tries to rip off your arm, maybe that's when you get a little bit more, take them a little bit more seriously. But yeah, I don't think we don't really pose any threat to anyone that is here that can hide from us, that can travel across solar systems in any way, shape, or form, and are just like here on vacation. Maybe it's like where they go to vacation. I don't know. Earth's kind of nice, not disrupted by all those intergalactic politics. You know, all the issues. It doesn't matter. They're still caring about, small issues. Yeah. They're still caring about the small stuff. It's cute. It's cute. We don't have to worry about, stemming off another intergalactic war that lasts 1,000 years. Interesting stuff, though. Take a peek here, and maybe there's something extra. There's a lot of websites. Like I said, there's a lot of websites now that are reporting on this stuff that weren't. Not this one. Where the past UAP coverings were not. U.S. concealing multi-decade UFO. So this is all stuff that's in here, but there's a lot of content. Long-standing program that retrieves reverse engineering unidentified flying objects. Sightings observed by pilots may be tied to U.S. adversaries. Yeah, I don't think so, but maybe. Like China, Russia, they probably would not be. If you could just make people disappear, there's no real reason to have a bunch of smoke and mirrors, right? A bunch of aircraft and huge budget, right? Just like we spend on F-35. That's like the tragic part about this, guys, is like we spend a shitload of money on our Department of Defense budget, and if we have just like fucking alien spacecraft flying around that absolutely obsolete our F-22s and F-35s, why even make them in the first place? I don't know. Only they pasted on their Associated Press channel. Pentagon has denied Grush's claims, which is no surprise there. It's kind of weird. It's almost starting to seem more and more like the Pentagon is the man behind the curtain. Investigators have not discovered any verifiable information to substantiate the claims that any programs regarding the possession of reverse engineering of extraterrestrial materials have existed in the past or exist currently. The statement did not address UFOs that are not suspected of being extraterrestrial objects. So UFOs that are made here. Discovery faced retaliation for coming forward. He declined to be more specific about the retaliatory tactics, citing an ongoing investigation. Yeah, he didn't discuss anything. Welcome to the most exciting subcommittee in Congress this week. Well, this year, probably the last couple of years. Marked by bipartisan interest in Grush's claims at a more sober tone than other recent hearings featuring whistleblowers celebrated by Republicans and criticized by Democrats. Democrats are criticizing it? In previous hearings, Pentagon officials showed a video taken from F-18 military plane that showed an image of one balloon-like shape. Is this the... This isn't Congress's Arrow, or the Pentagon. Is Arrow part of the Pentagon? This was, that was the hearing earlier this year. This is Q1 hearing. We're on Q2, and the Q2 hearing has not happened yet. Yeah. This isn't the same thing. This is different. This is a special hearing. Yeah. I don't think it's the same thing. I don't think this takes place of the Arrow hearing. 5 most memorable moments from Congress. UFO hearing. Congress, the government is absolutely in possession of UAPs. Yeah. Citing interviews he has conducted with 40 witnesses over a 4-year period. Department of Defense efforts to analyze reported UAP sightings and is informed of a multi-decade Pentagon program that endeavored to collect and reconstruct crashed UAPs. Non-human biologics were found at the crash site. So this is actual people, or aliens, or alien dogs, who knows. So what NBC isn't stipulating here is, as one of the reasons we watch, instead of looking at the snippets here, one of the reasons we watch the whole video instead of just looking at the news snippets is because news websites tend to be picky with what they post, and they don't tell you everything compared to actually watching the interview. And he says, asked by Republican Eric Burleson, our MO, to substantiate the crashed UAP claims, the former intelligence official said he could not divulge specific details, once again claiming the information was too sensitive to share with the public. But he said that he would share it in a skiff. That has basically become a meme. Everything's in a skiff, right? It's all a skiff at this point. It's all going to be in a skiff, but they're going to have a jolly good skiff from the sound of it, so I hope they're having a great skiff and sipping some bourbon right now. He did, however, describe the nature of what he saw. I have to be very careful here. What I personally witnessed myself and my wife was very disturbing. I remember that. Huh. A Pentagon spokesperson told NBC News that Gersh's claims are false. Well, at this point, it seems to be the current direction right now, is you have people that are going nope, and there's other people that are going yup. Officials must, so like the weird thing is here, we're talking about there's like two different sides to what's going on here, guys. One is you have the Pentagon and what seems like the Pentagon knows, and the other side is what the public is trying to put together. And the hearing is basically the public trying to put stuff together, right? And the Pentagon basically possibly knows stuff that they're telling us. And it seems like both sides don't really have a reporting process nailed down, which is what seems to be needs to happen too, which is what they're trying to do, which is apparently the UAP Discord. It's gonna turn into the UAP Discord. Some lawmakers and witnesses pushed the federal government to establish clear channels to communicate UAP information with both the public and the military, so the military should establish a comprehensive reporting process for unidentified object sightings. Yep. They mentioned that a couple different times. They need to make a Discord to share information, or Wikipedia. They need to make a Wikipedia entry. Former Navy pilot claimed the commercial airline pilots have spotted UAPs too. Yep. There has to be a safe, transparent reporting process for pilots both on commercial side and the military side to be able to report UAPs. Yeah, like public in general, getting everyone on the same page. Virginia Fox, I believe that was the grandma, calls for more transparency. She didn't ask anyone anything. She asked like one question and then just continued on with her speech while he was still answering the question. That was kind of weird. Obviously there for accolades. You know that Sean Kirkpatrick, which is the director of Pentagon's Aldo Aero, had previously told Congress that there is no credible evidence of extraterrestrial life. Gersh objected to Kirkpatrick's claims, prompting Fox to say contradiction is a perfect example why we need to inject transparency into our government. Yeah, it's starting to look more and more like our stories here are starting to be a little bit different from each other, right? And more credible on one side, which is saying, no, Pentagon is not telling us everything, and it's more than just like one guy in a room smoking a doobie somewhere at this point. Stigma associated with citing silences possible witnesses. Yep, we've talked about this. This is really important. And lawmaker hearing urged the stigma associated with reporting UFO sightings as well as alleged harassment of those who work to investigate them. They may be hindering efforts to determine their origins. Graves told the panel that stigma silences pilots who fear professional repercussions, military pilots, which he said is compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. So they make them look like an idiot, and then all of a sudden they lose their career path, their life, their family, their dog. Yeah, that's why a lot of people apparently aren't coming forward, is because they like having a job. Yeah, it's kind of a weird one. I can't imagine anyone that would enjoy having a job and their entire career path not being in shambles. The Federal Aviation Administration has no mechanism for pilots to report UAPs, so FAA, commercial airliners, and instead direct them to civilian groups that are often dismissed as the domain of cranks and conspiracy theorists. Yeah, just go to this help group on Facebook. Just post your story to Facebook and they'll help you out. Holy fucking shit. Those institutional hurdles have led Graves to form a first-of-its-kind group that pushes for policy changes, serves as a hub for pilot whistleblowers, and advocates for more disclosure by the military and other government agencies. Lawmakers said they had hoped hearing could help assure pilots' fears of speaking out. This hearing will not be the end of the discussion, but a new chapter and start. Now, I believe that this is different than other UAP hearings, guys, we've covered. We should encourage more reporting and more study of UAPs. The more we understand, the safer we are, or just the more we understand in general. So maybe we can go venture on Venus or wherever in the galaxy in your lifetime. UFO spotted accelerating to supersonic speeds. This is not new. David Fravor, a former Navy commander, said fellow military pilots spotted a white tic-tac shaped object in 2004. This is known. That's on Wikipedia. We looked at the manipulating my camera, guys. We looked at the Wikipedia article. This is already known. 2004 incident's been known, but this adds more credibility to these other guys as well. He descended inspecting sightings. He claimed the unidentified aircraft was said to be no visible rotors, wing or exhaust, began to ascend and approach his fighter jet. Claimed UAP then vanished, only to reappear seconds later, not minutes, seconds later. But this time it was 60 miles away. So 60 miles in a second, that's really fucking fast. For Territor's committee, the technology he and his team encountered defies logical explanation. Technology we face is far superior to anything that we add, Fravor claimed, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing. Yeah. That's, again, could we shoot it down? Nope. Yeah, the takeaway, one of the big takeaways there, guys, is one of the reasons they're looking at this is because it's so advanced. It's so advanced that they can't shoot it down. So, yeah, that's why it's looking at from they're looking at it from a national security standpoint, is because when you have something that is so fast, this is the big one right here, and the elephant in the room for a lot of people that are looking at this from a national security standpoint, is if push came to shove, right, we have some sort of war, could we actually do anything? And the answer to that is no. The answer to all this right here is no. They couldn't actually do anything about it. That's a big one. That's, yeah. That's, solemn reminder of basically technological differences. House event, open and closed. House Intelligence Permanent Select. Rescheduled. Was earlier this year? Yep, so it's all citing the same stuff at this point. Whistleblower tells Congress the U.S. is concealing multi-decade program that captures UFOs. This is, like I said, this is a little bit different than some guy on YouTube saying, well, you know, with his ragged beard, well, it actually seems like the government may be trying to cover stuff up, and then they insert, you know, the fucking X-Files sound and like Armageddon or Independence Day footage in there or whatever. This is a big deal. I hope more people start talking about this. I hope more people start covering this, and I of course hope more information actually comes out. This is from the hearing earlier this year, July 24th. Building hype. Meet the UFO lobbyists and other in line for the UAP hearing. There's a line at Congress. Oh, was a line. Nice. So, they are.
We are beginning to find out what the government really knows about UFOs. Hundreds of people lined up outside the House Oversight Committee hearing room seeking transparency from the executive branch about all things extraterrestrial.
The problem with this issue is not science. The problem is politics.
Stephen Bassett, Washington's first UFO lobbyist, was
complicated.
My life had been relatively blah. I chose this issue in 1995. I got a chance to volunteer for John Mack in Cambridge. 4 months there, and then I went to Washington and said, I know what to do. If you want to end this issue, you need to fix the politics, meaning you've got to get disclosure of the ET presence, and that's what I've been working on since '96.
This is where we're starting to get into a little bit more of the tinfoil hat.
And have been waiting for the hearing since 9 p.m. the night before.
I've seen things, friends of mine that are pilots have seen things that are not explainable in any conventional way. So I think it's something we need to ask questions about and find answers about. They can keep the national security stuff fine, but they should just let us know that there is something out there other than us. And I'm glad to support the people that are taking a risk by telling the truth.
Biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they?
Oh,
I guess
it's Miss Mace again.
Biologics.
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program.
This is an issue of government transparency. We can't trust a government that does not trust its people. But I'd also like to thank the members of Congress who have supported our efforts to make this hearing happen. Some have even confided to me that they've had UFO sightings of their own.
I have seen one when I was a younger fella. I worked on a ship. I saw one out in the Atlantic Ocean right off the coast of Florida.
Yeah, there probably is life out there.
I find it hard.
I haven't fucking seen any.
We're the only ones in the universe. Gotta be something else out there, right?
No fucking shit. No fucking shit, guys. I've said that for a while. Like, the universe is so fucking vast, regardless of whether or not you think they're here or not. You can't bullshit your way out of thinking that aliens don't exist. The question is whether or not they're here. They obviously exist. The universe is so fucking big. You'd have to be absolutely narcissistic as fuck to assume we are the only ones that can fucking make fire and shit like that. Come on. And burn rockets to go to space. Come on. And probably have existed. There has to be aliens. This is like, the real question comes down to why we haven't been contacted, why no one talks to us. Not so much whether or not they exist, because if, the cosmos has existed over billions, trillions of years, right? So aliens obviously have come and gone over the time period. So there's obviously some sort of organization somewhere. There has to be. Just like, people meet each other and then they say hi. And then over time, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And there's no way, especially with, like, the data age, guys, it'd be one thing if, like, we're still, we found, like, the remnants, like, well, not the remnants, but, like, emerged from, like, parts from, like, Greece or ancient Rome, like we found, or, Egypt with, like, hieroglyphs and stuff. Like, we found, like, remnants of relatively old civilizations, which are basically part of our timeline, right? And that's with, like, stones. That's with stones. The footprint that we leave on our planet after we've gone to the data age, guys, they're going to be fucking finding poured on hard drives for the next billion years. It's like next to impossible at this point for our presence to be erased unless some sort of actual entity tries to erase us. Like, physically, if we just all cease to exist today, like, there is such a huge footprint on our planet from us existing here that it's not going to disappear. It would take forever for everything to disappear on our planet and our existence and the shit floating in space to just disappear, because we've consumed and we've turned we've transmuted stuff into other things, like resources into objects, so we can have civilization. There's no way that we're disappearing at this point. Data lasts a really fucking long time, obviously some more than others, because things like hard drives can degrade, but even then we'll still find them. Like, and stones are just like the most basic level when you think about alien civilizations, like Rome, from the ancient times of Rome. We found, like, the tools, and it's not really ancient even, because it's just it's a known part of our timeline, and scripts and writing, and it's all on a timeline. Maybe it's all a simulation, who knows? All on a timeline from ancient Rome. So if we can find that, obviously someone can find us, like can find the remnants of our civilization, or we can find the remnants of other civilizations. Regardless of the fact that they aren't going to be remnants, because there's so many planets, obviously, regardless of where they are in the timeline, we're going to have aliens that are going to exist on our timeline, right? They're going to be here in our timeline. Just where they are is just, it basically just comes down to why they won't talk to us and what they're doing and what their game plan is, because we seem to be here, and logically it makes a lot of sense that just why don't they say hi? Why aren't they just like, hey guys, how's it going? We're going to vacation here now, like one of those things, like, whoa, there's aliens on the beach, one of those things. And I don't think a lot of people would actually care that much be cool and interesting and lead to all sorts of different discoveries. But like, it wouldn't be like that big of a major disruption to our day-to-day life, in my personal opinion. But still, definitely something that you'd want to know. Just why can't we be part of alien society? Maybe that's just my personal interest. Why can't we be part of alien society? There's a tinfoil hat, guys. Why are we not good enough to say hi to aliens? Why don't they want to talk to us? Because that's what it feels like. And honestly, it could be one of these things too, where maybe it's the government at this point. Maybe it's the government that they talk to the Department of Defense, and the other option here is they're actually we have part of our government that did actually start a discourse with aliens, and like the government's like, nope, you can't talk to us yet, and the aliens are like, okay, I guess we won't talk to you guys yet. So then they don't, right? So the other option here, besides alien wildlife refuge and we're on some sort of game show, is our government has whatever part that is supposedly in control. Our government has expressed the interest that aliens should not talk to us, and the aliens are respecting that interest, right? They're like, okay, I guess you guys just want another 50 years. And the government's like, yep, 50 years. Now, whoever decided to take on the mantle of all of humanity and open a line of communication with them decided that we aren't going to talk to them. And that's fucked up, but apparently that could also be another option. It's one of the things I didn't discuss where I was talking about a alien wildlife refuge, or we're on in some giant betting pool or reality television show or something like that. His other option is the government's talk to them and they just said that we don't want to talk to them just yet, and please don't just, make your presence known, and therefore we don't. I don't know. It's all question. Like, the real kind of big thing is, like, it's not at this point is like when it actually happens. It's more of like why it didn't happen for 50 years. Maybe it's even gotten to the point where it's become so muddled that no one actually knows why anymore. Or maybe like they're just abiding by some sort of old rule or doctrine. Who's president is Truman, right? Maybe something that Truman set forth when they happened, and some sort of entity that exists in the government from then is just now just basically grinding away because that's what they've done and that's what they're established to do. And they're just another cog that's just operating on an autopilot now. I don't know. Lots of questions. It's only getting, with technology coming out, guys, it's only going to become more and more common with an establishment of an Arrow database that they discussed in the Congress hearing we just watched. If they actually make a database or something where people can start reporting UAPs, especially if they can attach footage to it, where the government will then review it or look at it, and experts will look at it. That would be a big step. And regardless of whether or not the Department of Defense or the Pentagon doesn't want us to know, eventually with all the internet, the decentralized hunt for UAPs, if it all starts getting pulled together, like the government just would be the only ones going nope, and just like it'd be against like everyone else is what it's going to turn into. I mentioned though, like the weird thing here though is Gersh exists. Like when we looked at this, guys, the very fact that this guy exists, not this guy.
We're detecting these objects off the eastern seaboard.
Like I mentioned, if this guy, they didn't want this guy, whoever they are, if there's people in charge with a bunch of money and, whatever you want to believe them to be, or these like big guys. Yeah, Gersh. If someone didn't want this guy, like almost everything pivots on this guy right now. If people didn't want this guy to exist, he wouldn't, right? He just wouldn't exist. So the very fact that he's sitting here, like he'd go off somewhere in a box. The very fact that he's sitting here probably means that maybe this is just the other option is this is an introductory. This is the slow leak of information to kind of help us become a spacefaring civilization, is the discovery where they're slowly leaking it out so there won't be hysteria, right? And the funny thing about this is of all the shit that trends on Twitter, on the TikToks, almost no one is talking about this. I mean, there are people that are talking about this, guys, but it's nothing compared to like Barbie movie, compared to Oppenheimer, compared to what's happening in fucking Overwatch. Yeah, like the amount of people that are actually discussing this is actually kind of grossly small, to be perfectly honest. And I don't know. I think this pertains to everyone. Once you realize that this is actually a legitimate meeting, this is a hearing in Congress that happened with 3 reputable people from the government that actually like know things, like they're actually talking about the stuff that they know and are attempting to be whistleblowers on a UAP program, on UAP programs and stuff that's just happening in the government. adds a lot of credence. And this is not clickbait shit. It is on YouTube, but this is not clickbait shit for views here. And look at this. What is this? It says, I mean, it's almost 1 million views, which is important, but it only has 800,000 views. That's still a lot compared to the other UAP hearings. I remember looking at these guys, and some have like 30,000 views or stuff like that. It's growing, but compared to the amount of people that you think care about this stuff, like I mentioned before, in the past UAP reports that came out quarterly, on like when I'm looking at social media, no one was talking about it. This time I actually saw one streamer that was talking about this, only one streamer, and that's weird. Besides me, because I've covered every one of them. Besides me, this, like, geeks should be talking about this. If you care, you should be talking about this. And you don't need to watch all 2.5 hours. You can watch like the short snippets from the peanut gallery or whatever. But like, why wouldn't you talk about this with your friends? This is actually like, you know, they're gonna go, haha, you're an idiot. It's just clickbait on YouTube. This isn't clickbait. This is actually real life. This is where we're going now, and I think that's important. But we're going to get out of here for tonight, guys. There was stuff on... I'm in really overtime. Normally we end by now because we're getting into the early morning hours. There's the interview on News Nation I want to take a look at. I don't know where it is, but we'll take a look tonight. I don't know if we aren't going to spend the whole stream. Normally I stream BattleBit. We play video games. And right now we're covering this because this is new, and this is something I cover every quarter. But apparently there is an interview with Gersh on here. He kept referencing the News Nation. Gersh. All right. June 11th. Is this it? Days ago. I think this interview, this is 40 minutes. I think we'll take a look at this tonight. Once again, I think News Nation is a right-leaning website. It's kind of weird that only conservatives are really covering this. I mean, it's not, because there's NBC News and such, and it's becoming bipartisan. But the majority of these websites are like right-leaning websites, which I think stems kind of from the... I think this stems from the national security standpoint, because right-leaning people conservatives tend to be more national security, army, you know, military pride sort of stuff, right? So maybe they're more on top of it. It's kind of weird that majority of this stuff is just generally covered by right-leaning outlets, so even though it's not. This is something that affects everyone. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter if you're red or blue. So, we'll take a look at this, I think, tonight. We are not going to go into... It's very easy to go down the rabbit hole, but the thing about, like, if you look up videos on YouTube or whatever, is the credibility is very much lacking, which is why I don't talk about this all the time, because there's only so much to cover, and it's like every 3 months we're getting a new little snippet of the pie. And I'll cover what's coming from Congress and what's from credible sources, not so much from stuff on YouTube, you know. Take it as it goes. It does feel like this is accelerating. It feels as though the information we're getting is turning from a small trickle into a little bit of a stream, and that's usually a good sign because it looks like it's exponential in terms of this increasing. So maybe it will be in the next couple years that we'll actually know about aliens. I don't know, but this is pretty cool. We'll take a look at this tonight because that's a full interview, different from a congressional interview, I guess you could say. But we aren't going to do this right now. But alrighty, guys, we're going to get out of here. As I mentioned, I am a BattleBit streamer. Normally I stream BattleBit, which is actually a really fun game, despite you might think it being stupid. It's actually a lot of fun if you're looking for something to chill out and play a first-person shooter. We're going to do that tonight. But if you are new to the stream and you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed aliens, make sure you hit the follow button on your respective platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, as well as YouTube every night from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. Central Standard Time, give or take. It depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc. I work other jobs, so the amount of time that I expend on streaming is variable. So, yeah. But, yeah, late night North America time. I'm out of here for this evening, guys. Long stream, but well worth covering, and we'll take a look at more of this later tonight. I'm going to get some dinner, though. Alrighty, guys. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my streams, always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Have a good day, guys.